You're watching, yes, the Yankees Entertainment and Sports Network.
We are in the city of broad shoulders, and it is time for baseball as the Yes Network presents New York Yankees baseball. Tonight, it's the New York Yankees against the Chicago White Sox in the first game of a three-game set from U.S. Cellular Field in Chicago, Illinois. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Yankees baseball. Along with Paul O'Neill, I'm Michael Kay. The trade deadline came and went. 4 p.m. Eastern Time. The Yankees did not make the big deal that many were expecting today. We'll talk more about that as we go along in this game. But this series is a big one. It's against two teams going up against each other, and they've both been very hot. Let's see how hot they've been when we take a look at tonight's Cold Hard Facts, brought to you by Clean, Crisp Coors Light.
Well, the New York Yankees, they've had their ups and downs, but they've established themselves in the American League East. They're continuing to play well. The White Sox have been hot as of late. They won 7 in a row, then they lost 1. But their offense has shown up. They are back in a race, and Chicago is starting to talk about the White Sox now.
All right, let's take a look now at the pitching matchup of tonight's game, brought to you by People's United Bank, NA. See what know-how can do for you. Nathan Eovaldi will go for the Yankees against the youngster Carlos Rodon. And Nathan Eovaldi, his last time out against Minnesota, Paul, that's about as well as he's pitched.
Well, it was. He went into the 9th inning for the first time in his career, and he continues to build on what is a career year. I mean, he is one guy that the Yankees have been able to depend on, and as a starter, his starts become more important because a lot of the guys are going down. You don't know who's on the hill. Very important that they win with Eovaldi on the mound.
He's been a great pitcher since he got roughed up in that start against the Marlins in Miami. The newest Yankee, the deal that they did make yesterday, Dustin Ackley. He's not in the lineup tonight, but he has to face Meredith Marakovitz. We'll hear him in just a moment. That's next, right here on Yes.
When you heard the news, how surprised were you that you had been dealt? I was pretty surprised. I mean, anytime you hear anything, you kind of throw it under the rug. But for me, when it actually happened, it was definitely a surprise. I mean, I've only been to one organization my whole career, and to be coming over to a team that's done so well and is so prestigious as the Yankees is pretty cool.
How crazy have the last 24 hours been for you?
Pretty crazy. A lot of text messages, a lot of traveling getting here. It's been fun though. I mean, I've enjoyed the ride. Seeing a lot of guys that I played with in the clubhouse and guys that I played against is a cool thing.
How do you think you'll be used here, and what are your expectations for the rest of the season?
Yeah, I think I'll probably be used in a lot of different areas. I'll probably play, take some reps in the outfield, right, left center, work at second base again, probably some first base as well. So I'm just going to try to be as versatile as I can to help this team any way I can, pinch run, pinch hit, do whatever. And I mean, I'm excited. I mean, I think this is a good opportunity for me to come out and play the baseball I know I can. And I think if I do that, I'll have a good chance to help this team.
Well, thanks for joining me. Best of luck along the way.
Thank you.
Plenty more to come here on the Yes Network. Michael Kay and Paul O'Neill coming back next with lineups for First Pitch Baseball right here on Yes.
Honda, great deals are on at the Honda Summer Clearance Event. By Advanced Radiation Centers of New York, when it comes to fighting cancer, precision is everything. Call 844-2-RADIATION-DOC. And by RE/MAX, nobody sells more real estate than RE/MAX. The fireworks explode here at U.S. Cellular Field, and the White Sox take the field as they begin a homestand after 8 games on the road where they were 7-1 and got themselves right back in to the wild card discussion. This should be an interesting weekend between these two longtime rivals. Let's take a look at the Yankees starting lineup. Tonight's Yankees starting lineup is presented by Lexus. Jacoby Ellsbury in center field will lead off, batting second and playing left field with the left-hander on the mound, Chris Young. The DH, Alex Rodriguez, will at third, cleaning up first baseman Mark Teixeira. Carlos Beltran's in right field, will bat fifth, batting sixth, playing third base Chase Headley. John Ryan Murphy gets to start behind the plate, he'll bat seventh, batting eighth, playing second base Brendan Ryan. And Didi Gregorius had a great road trip so far. He's a shortstop, and he's going to bat ninth. On the mound for the White Sox is the 22-year-old lefty Carlos Rodon. His number's 4-3 with a 4.09 ERA. 77 innings, 78 hits. He has 83 strikeouts. He walks too many. Opponents hit 269 against him. Let's check out the pitcher scouting report brought to you by your Honda dealers.
Mike,
Paul?
are you looking over my shoulder, cheating on my notes? Many Ks You get your strikeouts, 9.7 strikeouts, 6th in the American League, but that comes with many walks, as Michael said. 5.1 walks per 9 innings, which is the most in the major leagues. Southpaw success. The Yankees have been very good. The Yankees have won their last 6 starts against lefties. Let's see how that goes tonight.
And they won their last 5 games against the White Sox. Last year, the White Sox 2-5 against the Yankees. Let's look at the defense of the White Sox, presented by Geico. Old friend Melky Cabrera is in left. Adam Eaton is in center, and Avisail Garcia is in right. Saladino, Ramirez, Sanchez, and Abreu third to first in the White Sox infield, and behind the plate it's Giovanni Soto with Rodon on the mound. Just a gorgeous day here in the second city, Chicago. And they expect a big crowd here at U.S. Cellular Field. Yankees split 4 in Texas against the Rangers. The weather's a lot better than it was in Arlington. The game time weather presented by Bigelow Tea. 82 degrees, humidity 31%, not much wind. It's mostly clear and warm, which is a nice forecast for the Yankees. And as it says in that ribbon around the ballpark, play ball indeed. This should be a fun weekend.
Wow, it's a great night. You were talking about it. Down on the field during batting practice, you just look around, and as a player, you just realize, you know what, there's only so many of these days. And today was absolutely perfect. Great day to be in Chicago.
Jacoby Ellsbury is ready. Rodon is ready. And let's do it here in Chicago. First pitch is a strike. We're underway. Larry Vanover is the home plate ump. Ronald Culpa at first. Adam Hamari is the second base ump. And Brian Knight is over at third. There's a strike.
Tough at bat, Ellsbury. This is where you don't want to be off Rodon. I mean, he's got 2 breaking pitches. One that, you know, he'll really snap off and try to get a strikeout. And one he can throw for a strike. It's his out pitch against lefties.
Yankees 57-44. They have a 6-game lead over the Orioles and the Blue Jays. 7 over the Tampa Bay Rays and 13 over the Boston Red Sox. Chopped right side. Abreu flips to Rodon. He gets there for the first out.
Rodon, and he got over to first base pretty easily, but you know, because of the way his uniform is, you know, with his socks up and stuff, you don't realize how big this guy is. 6'3", 240. Number 1 draft pick from last year, so high hopes for a guy coming out. North Carolina State.
He's 22 years old. He was the 3rd overall pick in the first round. So a lot is expected of him. You can run on him if you get on base. He's allowed 10 stolen bases. Here's Chris Young. Pitch outside. Young has eaten lefties for dinner all year. It's been amazing what a lethal force he is against southpaws.
Tell you what, it's to be able to put somebody in your lineup that you can trust that just absolutely kills lefties. And you said a force. I mean, it's just not nickel and diamond, guys. He's hit some big home runs. He's driven the ball. He just has so much confidence right now against lefties. You see 371. 7 home runs so far this year.
Swing and a miss.
There's that nasty slider. Backdoor, or that back foot slider to righties. Tough pitch for righties to handle. Just watch the angle of this, and it just disappears. Very hard to get the bat to it and not over top of it.
Here's A-Rod. So far in this trip, 9 hits and 25 at bats.
His usual greeting on the road, huh, Mike?
Pretty much.
You know what? You can only say that, you know, you put up big things and big teams when you get booed every time.
That one is lined into left center field. It's a base hit. It's going to get past Cabrera and go all the way to the wall as A-Rod gets himself a 2-out double. An absolute bullet to left center.
Like Alec Rodriguez is a hitter. Sometimes you realize, you know, he's so young at the pitch that he didn't hit. You don't want to get in a 2-strike count. You come out hitting early. There's a slider that didn't quite get to that back foot, and A-Rod hammered it. It's such a good feeling as a hitter. You know, you get in late, you come to the ballpark, you go through all your stuff to get loose, and you're off to a good start. Nice line drive double.
Here's Mark Teixeira. Pitch outside. Teixeira had 2 home runs in the Yankee bottom of the 9th inning loss to the Rangers. Yankees won the first 2 games of the series. Rangers came back to win the final 2 for a 4-game split. Yankees started the road trip with 2 out of 3 against the Twins. That one gets past Soto, and that allows A-Rod to go to third. Well, with those 2 home runs, he has 26 for the season, the Honda League leaders. Mike Trout leads with 31, Albert Pujols with 30, so 61 for the 2 Angels. J.D. Martinez 27, and Teixeira and Cruz each with 26. That scored a wild pitch as A-Rod goes to third.
You see, the league leaders of Homer are starting to creep up again, and it's, you know, this has been a year, Michael, I think you agree that it's been pitcher, you know, and it's been the power bullpen everybody talks about, but there's been some home runs hit this year. Some of the power hitters are starting to creep up into, you know, that opportunity to get 40 or possibly 50 home runs again.
Well, we said Teixeira has 26, A-Rod has 24, so 50 for the Yankees 3-4 hitters. As you can see, Rodon, who doesn't have great command anyway, I don't know if he really wanted any part of Mark Teixeira. Will take his turn with Carlos Beltran. This is Teixeira last night. Hits one onto the grassy knoll, and then later on, again to dead center.
He threw it back in, out of the knoll, back onto the field.
And he passed you.
That's why I came into town, just to shake his hand and say, great job.
Oh, I thought you wanted to get activated and get back in the race. Beltran swings at the first pitch and fouls it back. Carlos has struggled on this road trip, 3 hits and 22 at-bats.
Luxury. I mean, you've got 3 consecutive switch hitters for the Yankees, so you know you really can't pitch around guys and you know set up to get it righty on righty, lefty on lefty. What an advantage! It's one thing I still look at it, Michael, is that you know you understand a lot of things when you play the game, how you know to throw, to hit, just how people switch hit. To me, I still don't understand it.
Line drive, base hit, past the diving Saladino and down the left field line. A-Rod scores. Teixeira moves to third. It's an RBI double for Beltran, and the Yankees lead 1-0.
These 2-run hits, these 2-out hits to drive in runs, big runs, and you know you get 2 quick outs. All of a sudden, you know, A-Rod drives one in the left center gap. You pitch around Teixeira, and Beltran hammers one right down the left field line.
And that is a very, very quick trip to the mound by Don Cooper, the pitching coach. Yankees run their 90th of the year in the first inning. They lead Major League Baseball in first inning runs, and it works out perfectly playing the White Sox. The White Sox now have allowed the most first inning runs, 76, so it has not gone well, and Cooper's trying to stop it right here at 1.
You tell me that. I'd have put that in my scouting report and looked like a genius.
I gotta save some stuff for
some ammo,
me, yeah,
in case it's a long night or something. Absolutely. You keep stuff from me.
I hide stuff from you.
Ridiculous.
I mean, because you're bringing such a presence into the booth anyway. I need some numbers.
Such a presence. You were in the same hotel. The team's not even there last night. You didn't even, like, leave a light on or something to say, hey, nothing.
You could have found us in Gibson's.
Oh, okay.
All right, so here's Chase Headley, second and third, after the trip to the mound by Don Cooper. Teixeira's at third. Beltran is at second. And there's a strike.
Tough pitch right there. That ball's in off the inner half. Inner half of the batter's box, that is. I mean, as a hitter, this frustrates you to start off a count that way. Done. I mean, he's 91, 93. He'll get in trouble, and all of a sudden 94, 96. So he can rear back and add a little bit to it if he needs it.
Count 2-1. You've got John Ryan Murphy on deck.
Route 66 over there. Chase Headley's been hot. He's had a great July.
Popped up. Is there room for Abreu? Yes, there is. He makes the play, and that'll do it. But the Yankees get a run on 2 hits. They leave 2. Yankees 1, and the White Sox coming to bat. Third base will bat second. Hitting third, first baseman Jose Abreu. Melky Cabrera in left field. He's going to clean up. He's been red hot of late. Abasael Garcia is in right field. He'll bat fifth. Batting sixth and DHing, Adam LaRoche really has struggled this year. Alexi Ramirez, the shortstop, at seventh. Batting eighth and catching, Giovanni Soto. And Carlos Sanchez at second base is going to bat ninth. Now let's take a look now at Nathan Eovaldi's numbers. He's 10-2 in 20 starts. 300 batting average against, 135 hits in 111 innings. Let's check out the pitcher scouting report brought to you by your Tri-Honda dealers, Paul.
Well, last start in Minnesota on Sunday, he pitched into the ninth for the first time in his career, 8 strong innings. And in the yard, he's done well. 8 straight starts without giving up a home run. I hate to even say that because sometimes when you do that, you kind of jinx people.
Yeah, but you don't.
Okay, I'm glad. And this makes sense. Ground ball to fly ball, much better ground ball pitcher, and you know, he's a 5th best in the baseball. Keeps the ball in the ballpark.
And you mentioned this in the open, Paul. He now becomes so important to the Yankees. The injury to Pineda, the way CC pitched last night. Ivan Nova's still coming back from Tommy John surgery, so he's going to have good days and bad days. He's now a very important member of this rotation. Probably started the season as the 4th or 5th starter.
Yeah, but you know, one thing he does have, even when he was pitching, you know, he pitched good. He wasn't pitching great early, but he was getting wins. And so all of a sudden, you start getting confidence, and now he's learned to throw that split finger a little bit more in fastball counts, and it just might be one of those magical years where everything kind of falls in place for you.
And this was a guy who had a hard time winning, and now he's 10-2. He has the best winning percentage of any starter in baseball. Now, the trade deadline we mentioned was 4 p.m. Eastern time today, and the Yankees did not make a trade for a starting pitcher. Many people thought that they would. But I guess you could say the trade they made, Paul, is that highly touted Luis Severino is going to come up. His next start will be for the New York Yankees. It wouldn't give a specific date, but in all likelihood, it will be one of the 3 games against the Red Sox at Yankee Stadium. There's a strike. So that, in essence, they're trading for a guy they think is a top of the rotation starter without giving anything up. He's the guy everybody kept asking Brian Cashman for.
Well, I mean, I think you also have to explain to the fans it's not impossible to make a trade past the deadline. It's just usually it's got to be a high money guy, another guy that won't
that you can get through waivers.
Yeah, that you get through waivers. It just makes it a little bit more difficult.
Brian Cashman spoke with the Yankee beat writers on a conference call at about 5 o'clock New York time. You see the numbers on Severino. He's conquered Trenton AA and been unbelievable at AAA at 7-0. Brian said we simply didn't want to give up our prospects. Foul back, and obviously, they held firm on that. And this is what Severino looks like. This is him pitching for the Rail Riders. He's really been outstanding, and the Yankees have thought highly of him since last year, and he's that good. And they expect that he can carry that stuff to the big leagues, and we'll see him at the stadium against the Red Sox. Ooh, just missed. Meredith Morakovitz has more on Severino. Meredith?
Well, Michael, manager Joe Girardi was asked about Severino, and he said in addition to the big arm, the changeup, the slider, the thing he likes most about him is he just seems like he is fearless on the mound. When he saw him this spring, he didn't seem like he was intimidated at all. He attacked hitters and just went after guys, and he doesn't seem as though that he is going to be a guy that's going to be fazed by moving to the next level.
That's exciting. Whenever you see somebody you've heard so much about pitch in the big leagues, you get a real chance to see what he's all about. Here's Tyler Saladino. 1-0. Cashman said the Yankees really weren't close to making any deal today. Everybody kept asking for the young shortstop Jose Mateo, Bird, Judge, and Severino. And Cashman said, not prepared to give them up.
In other words, we weren't in any rumors. There have been announcers traded before.
Ernie Harwell was traded.
That's right.
Yeah.
We weren't in any rumors.
I don't think anybody wanted me. You might have been in demand.
How'd that phone call go, Michael? You've been traded to Milwaukee.
Don't know if Murphy was crossed up or blinded by the the bunt attempt. Let's see. Probably right in his line of sight. Yeah.
One thing. Brought that bat back awful late.
Now they're going to check with the first base umpire.
It's got to be a strike, right?
Let's see. He says no.
Really? See, on the replay, he didn't bring the bat back until the ball was already, past the bat. I mean, that should be a strike.
Two and one.
There's the difference right now. And if you watch this, now watch when he brings his bat back. Nothing. I mean, the ball is already back in here. And from the side, it looks a little closer, but it's a tough call. Back to my point, I mean, that 2-0 slider, that's the difference you see in Eovaldi now than you did at the beginning of the year. He was automatic fastball in fastball counts early in the year.
Now he's got to be careful with the fastball with this team. This team, before this road trip, this team being the White Sox, they could not hit the fastball. They couldn't. I mean, if you're a big league team, you can't hit the fastball. There's trouble. They had a terrible offense. And the 8 games on the road against Cleveland, Boston, they started sitting fastball and owning it. And their offense was much better. So the Yankees have scouts at these games. They probably realize that. There's strike 3 and 2.
This is a big out because the guy that you don't want is on deck, Abreu. You don't want him an opportunity, in positions where you have to go after him. He's the guy who can drive the ball out of the ballpark, pitch tough to the guys ahead of him, the big hitters in the lineup.
(3-2). Now the White Sox kind of changed the way they look at their season by sweeping the Indians in 4 games. And there's Robin Ventura, their manager, and then taking 3 out of 4 against the Red Sox, because what they did was they gained 3.5 games on the Twins. So now they're 3.5 games behind the Twins for the second wild card. Many people thought they'd be sellers, where they would trade the pitcher Jeff Samardzija, but they decided, how could we do that? Swing and a miss. Throw to second. Not in time. Stolen base for Eaton.
Very strange. I was just going to comment on the first 3-2 pitch. Eaton was not going. That pitch he did go. Now obviously opens up first base, so you have a decision if you're Eovaldi on what to do. Again, 3-2 slider. He's going to that pitch more in fastball counts. He's becoming a much more complete pitcher.
Now they still have a lot of teams to jump, but not great distances. So the Orioles improved. The Blue Jays, we know what they did. The Rays didn't. The Tigers sold off Price and Yoenis Cespedes, and then you got the White Sox.
There's 4 marks there. I mean, you expect the Tigers now to be a little bit weaker, made some big trades, got rid of some name players, David Price being one of them. Tampa Bay, you know, you've seen it. It's starting to catch up to them. Minnesota, are they going to be kind of like Tampa Bay? Are they going to fade toward the end? But, you know, Toronto's going to be there. There's no doubt about that, what they've added.
And it was interesting because the White Sox, up until this road trip, were going to be sellers, and up until the trade deadline, they were in on Yoenis Cespedes, and the Mets ended up getting Cespedes from the Tigers. So the White Sox went from breaking this team up that they put together over the winter to trying to add something to get over the hump.
Sabathia, you just saw sitting on the bench, you know, a dominant pitcher that was in a lot of trade rumors until recently.
That second wild card changes the way the trade deadline is looked at. Everybody thinks they have a chance. Most teams do. So if the White Sox have gone 1-7 on this road trip, Sabathia probably is not sitting in the dugout now.
Right. There's probably not 40,000 people in the stands either. There's some excitement now, and that's a big strikeout. Eovaldi, he set it up with his fastball.
When we check out the defense behind Eovaldi, and it's presented by Geico. You've got Chris Young in left, Ellsbury in center, Beltran in right. Infield, Headley, Gregorius, Ryan, and Teixeira. That's third to first. Coach John Ryan Murphy's behind the plate, and Nathan Eovaldi is on the mound.
With first base open, you have some options, but he got ahead in the count, and then he stood him straight up with a high, tight fastball, and then put him away with a slider. After you stood him up with a high fastball, then you come back with that slider down and away off the plate. Very good pitch. Good job by Murphy back there, feeling, you know, how he can get out of this, not giving up a run. Tell you what, you've got to look to your right if you're Murphy and you see first base open. This is the hottest hitter in all of baseball, and you know, he's gone from like 230, 240 in a couple weeks up to 280, and he knows how to hit. He knows how to put the ball in play. This is a dangerous hitter with a man on second, because he'll take that single just to drive the run in.
Well, Melky's last 8 games, he's hitting 500 with 2 homers and 11 ribbies. In fact, since June 21st, hitting 374. So that's why his average is getting back up to respectability. One of the big acquisitions the White Sox made as a free agent during the offseason, he and the Yankees' David Robertson, former Yankee David Robertson.
I'll tell you what, he's using that fastball to get guys off the plate. Great setup pitch if you can learn to use that slider and that split finger. Now, where he'll use that split finger is against lefties to try to get it out here on the outer half, like he did against Abreu with the slider away.
Chop over the middle. Gregorius gets Melky, and that'll do it here in the first. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 man left on base. We played 1 in Chicago. Yankees 1 and the White Sox nothing. Are you surprised at how many deals were made around Major League Baseball during deadline season? Why or why not? E. Gibson, no, I'm not surprised. The second wild card has made many teams believe they have the chance to make the playoffs. Conversation brought to you by Toyota. Toyota, the official hybrid vehicle of the Yankees. Follow Yes Network and tweet us your responses using hashtag Yankees Prius to keep the conversation going. John Ryan Murphy will lead off the second inning. Rodon gave up that one run in the first on the RBI double by Carlos Beltran. First pitch is grounded up the middle and past Ramirez for base hit for John Ryan Murphy.
I'll tell you one thing, Michael, this is very impressive. I was sitting down there behind the batting cage and, watching batting practice. Murphy put on the biggest display of the day. I mean, shooting balls right center, left center, all over the place. And I looked at the young guy and said, does he have this kind of power? And he said, yeah. And, one of these days he's going to show it when he gets a little more time behind the plate. He's done a great job backing up McCann this year as a catcher.
And he had that big home run that won the game against the Twins on his road trip. There's a strike to Ryan.
It was a right center field, too.
Yep.
I mean, that shows the kind of power had really never, watched him hit. Very surprising.
Line foul. This last Saturday, Paul, we rewind. That was a big comeback win for the Yankees, and that's a big home run for Murphy.
You see the excitement of a young player coming through with a big hit. I mean, I think every team needs guys that, are young, are still trying to, show people that they belong and are trying to make their names. You just need a good mix of veterans and young guys.
And boy, that inning, Paul, was a perfect example of that. Clint Perkins, an all-star closer. First pitch, A-Rod hits for a game-tying home run. Then the Yankees continue to rally, and then Murphy hits the game winner.
Tell you just sat home and watched the game.
I did. I relaxed. That one is chopped. A base hit through the right side as Murphy goes to second.
A guy getting a little opportunity to play, Brendan Bryan, against some lefties, and these are the days that if you're Joe Girardi, you just love to see guys contribute. Absolutely. Beautiful. You see that hole over there on the right side as a right-handed hitter. The ball away, slap it away. It's just a guy that knows how to play the game.
So first and second, that's going to bring up Gregorius, who is 11 for his last 22. He has the average up to 259, has a modest 4-game hitting streak.
It's a tough decision as a manager. I mean, it's a kind of a bunt situation early in the game, especially early in the year with Gregorius, but he's been so hot recently. You might want to just let him go, try to drive in and go for the big inning.
And he does show bunt and takes a strike on the outside corner. Well, this is the last day of July, and Didi's a little bit sad about that. 23 games in July, a .329 hitter, a home run, and 12 ribbies. Seems a lot more confident at the plate. The swing a little shorter. Still has that home run windmill every now and then.
That last day of July. You know what that means to me, Michael? I better have the present bought and the card ready, and it better be there. That's my mother's birthday.
Really got it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's taken care of. Neville's really good at that stuff.
I knew it was Neville. Yankees 16-7 in July, so they're not too keen on it turning to August.
It's always taught the dog days, August. That's usually when, the heat settles in and the aches and pains, but it becomes the fun time of baseball because you start seeing the teams that are going to be involved. Good job by Gregorius. Good bunt.
That That was a good bunt. The only play was at first, so it scored 5-3 as the runners move up. But it's a tough matchup for the Yankees because you have the lefty Ellsbury now against Rodon.
A sacrifice bunt, squared around early, make the third baseman field it. Good stuff. I'm surprised here. Infield's going to stay back. It's a tough matchup.
Ellsbury grounded to first. That was in the first. Fakes a throw toward third, making Murphy dive back. Left-handed batters, a .217 clip against Rodon. Righties hit .290 against him.
That's the pitch right there. When he hangs that slider, which he did there, up in the strike zone as a lefty, that's the one you want to put in play. So that ability to really get it down too. But you see this ball would just kind of spin right there. Up in the strike zone. Good swing. Just missed it. Will Jeff Nelson play there, or no? He was fake to third.
He was a fake to third, yeah. Which you can't do anymore.
Yeah.
They took that away from Jeff.
He retired and went somewhere else. He didn't like that.
No, he would be very upset. Just got a piece and got a piece of Soto as well.
This is where, as a hitter, all of a sudden you come up in this situation and you feel real good about what's happening. You're moving guys over, good opportunity to drive in runs, and all of a sudden you look up and bam, you're 1-2, and now the pressure starts to build on you. That now I've got to get this ball in play. I've got to try to get it through the infield. Chicago has moved in.
Center field. Eaton comes on, makes the catch. Tagging is Murphy, but he just bluffs. The throw comes all the way home. Good non-send there by third base coach Joe Espada.
Yeah, that's a tough call. I mean, you want to take chances, but you also don't want to run into outs. Ellsbury did a pretty good job at getting the ball out of the infield, but just not deep enough. You see, a lot has to do. Murphy got back got off the base, but knew all the way. I mean, as a runner, you're going to listen to your third base coach right now. He's probably saying no, 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 no. And you're still going to fake it and read the throw, but even coming off the base, you're not going.
So here's Chris Young, who struck out in the first inning. Second and third now with 2 outs. Yankees up 1-0. We're in the second. Strike.
Good guy to have up, Chris Young. We've talked about how well he is off lefties. Alex Rodriguez on deck. You're going to get something to hit. 1-1. Did you ever think last year when they re-signed Chris Young that he'd be this valuable to this team to this point?
No. The Mets didn't think that either.
Yeah.
They released him. I mean, they expected great things of him, and he just couldn't get it done on that side. And came over and showed enough for the Yankees to re-sign him for this year. And boy, he's been a very important part of this team.
It's amazing what that little trip over the Triborough Bridge will do for you, huh? He is very careful, even with Alex Rodriguez on deck. Very careful what he's giving Chris Young. I mean, his numbers are just unbelievable off lefties.
Still, wouldn't you rather take a chance against Young than A-Rod?
Yeah, but you just don't want to give in. I mean, you actually missed with a pitch, strike one, and then hasn't even come close. Change up right there, 3-1.
That's respect.
Turn that over and just good changeup. And 3-1.
Very weird return throw there by Soto.
Slightly.
Every single pitch, it's almost like he's shot putting. And that's a walk to Young. And that's going to bring up A-Rod.
That's the pitch he struck him out the first time, was that slider off his back foot. He overthrew that one a little bit, and now you've put Alex Rodriguez into a position after a good first at bat where he could throw up some numbers here.
A-Rod connected for a hard double to left center with 2 outs in the first. That started the Yankee rally. That got them their run. Now the bases are loaded.
If you watch that replay on Alex's first hit, it was a slider that was supposed to be down and in that he left out over the plate. Usually, I was going to say, you see that the pitcher's not going to make that same mistake. He'll even overthrow it if he has to get that ball down and in where he wants it. 24 grand slams, most of all time.
Chopped over the middle. Grabbed there by Sanchez. No play. It's an infield single for A-Rod. A run scores. And it's 2-0 Yankees.
It looked like a shoulder injury waiting to happen as he slid out there, but he saved a run. Chicago, as well as their offense has been recently, their defense has been just as good. You see, watch this shoulder just kind of lay out. Definitely saves a run by keeping that ball in the infield. Sanchez is second base. They've talked about Sabathia over at third, that those two changes have really helped the White Sox defensively. Sometimes you just kind of stretch that capsule of your shoulder by when you slide out there.
Longtime athletic trainer Herm Schneider checking with Sanchez. He used to assist Gene Monham way back when, before he became the White Sox head guy. Nice play keeping that in the infield. And then boom on that left shoulder, but he's going to stay in.
And the key to that is he got his hand turned in the right direction. If it kind of goes out the other way, then you really, really have a tendency to tear something. It scares you more than anything.
Now here's Mark Teixeira, who walked in the first inning. Bases still loaded. A-Rod picked up his 61st ribby with that single. Outside.
You're kind of at a breaking point if you're the White Sox here. You know, you get out of this inning, it's 2-0. So what? A double right here. All of a sudden, it's 5-0. So big at bats can come early in the game just as well as they can or late in the game. This is a big at bat right here for the Yankees.
High fly ball, deep center. Eaton back, still back, track, wall, see ya! A grand slam from Mark Teixeira, and with one swing, it's 6-0 Yankees.
We talked about it, Michael. Mark Teixeira has been unbelievable, and in these situations in his career, but just this year, what he's done in the middle of this lineup, he and Alex Rodriguez, and you go from getting out of this inning 2-0 to one big swing, 6-0. Huge at bat for Teixeira.
10th career grand slam for Mark. 27th home run of the year now, 71 ribbies. There's a strike to Beltran.
Off the bat, you hear a good sound, and in batting practice, the ball was flying out of here. When it gets warm, this is a really good hitter's ballpark, especially to the gaps into center field, kind of long down the lines. I'll tell you what, that guy right there knows how to drive in runs.
Well, the walk to Chris Young ends up really hurting them. A single by A-Rod makes it 2-0, and when this ball clears the wall, it's 6-0 Yankees.
You see, that went out of the picture there, so that wasn't just barely out.
Beltran rips one into left center field. It's a base hit. It gets past Melky, and it goes to the wall. Second double of the night for Carlos Beltran. Well, fans, the Yankees have scored 6 runs, so log on to papajohns.com tomorrow for 50% off your online regular menu price order. Use promo code Yankee6 at papajohns.com. So Don Cooper comes out to have a talk with his young left-hander.
Better ingredients, better pizza.
Papa John's. What a year for Mark Teixeira. You can't say enough what he's done at first base with the glove. Now 27 homers and 71 runs batted in, a respectable batting average, and you got to give credit where credit is due. He would not go the other way against shifts, and we all wondered why he wouldn't. He said, because if I'm hitting right, I'll hit over the shift, and that's what he's done this year. He has not become a left field hitter. He's just hit for power to right, and when he's batting right-handed, to left. Here's Chase Headley. So far, the Yankee hitters are 7 for 11 in this game. 6-0 Bombers. Detroit leading Baltimore 6-1, bottom of the 5th inning.
It's funny, all of a sudden you start looking up there. All right, Kansas City, Toronto, both teams are teams you'll keep an eye on now because of all the players that they've added to see how they're going to play. 2 of the better teams in the American League going at it right there.
KC leads 4-3, top of the 6th inning. That game is in Toronto. Boston and Tampa Bay, it's 3-3, bottom of the 5th inning at Fenway. We'll keep you up to date, Bob and Jack, from the studio as well with highlights, so you know exactly what's going on around baseball. And there's a walk to Headley, the 9th Yankee batter to come to the plate.
Well, Don, they said a lot of his walks early in the year were due to a blister, that he kind of lost feeling, and he's been better. But you see his command tonight has not been good. He has not been able to get ahead where he can use that good slider. Robert Ventura, one of the most laid-back guys you'll ever meet. And a big reason why this team was able to turn around, I mean, just that demeanor, just not putting pressure on people, just knowing how long the season is, how one winning streak can put you back in this thing. But you hate to come off a great road trip and see your starting pitcher struggle like this.
Matt Albers up in the bullpen. No one wants to go to the bullpen in the 2nd inning.
You're going to stall a little bit, but you're getting to the point where, especially with a young pitcher, that they struggle. They don't see how to get out of an inning and get late in the game. It's part of the learning process.
Fouled away. You've got Beltran at 2nd and Headley at 1st. 9 batters have come to plate. Number 10 is Murphy, who started this innocently enough with a single to center. Kansas City now 5-3 over Toronto, top of the 6th.
Just see what he's going through. Is his stuff okay? Sure. I mean, he's topped at 96. He's shown a slider once in a while, but no command of any of them consistently. Just hasn't been able to get ahead at all. Reminds me a little bit of Capuano the other night in Texas. Just nothing that he could rely on to get people out.
Talk about going to the bullpen early.
Yeah.
Runners go, 3-2. Foul back. 6-0 Yankees, and it shouldn't really surprise you because Nathan Eovaldi gets run support. Only Drew Hutchison of the Blue Jays gets more runs per game, 7.83 to Eovaldi's 7.09. So the Yankees one run away from giving him what he expects.
Tell you what, if you're a starting pitcher and you expect 6 or 7 runs a game, you're expecting a lot.
He's getting it.
That's why he's 10-2. Some of those years, I'm telling you, look back, the stars align. By the way, it's a blue moon tonight. Did you know that?
I didn't know that. What does that mean?
It happens every once in a while. You get 2 full moons in a month. Once in a blue moon.
I guess. Yeah. 39 pitches this inning for the young left-hander. I mean, your legs are starting to hurt when you're on the mound throwing that many pitches.
Yeah, and it's not like they're easy pitches either. You're stressing and you're trying to figure out, and you can see the players around you standing still, and it's just, again, there's 3 foul balls. You're used to swinging misses and striking guys out. I mean, he's averaging over 9 strikeouts a game per 9 innings.
And over 5 walks, so he has 3 walks already. 5 foul balls this at bat by Murphy. And Beltran and Headley getting their running in, going on each 3-2 pitch. And they'll go again. Murphy's fouled off 5 3-2 pitches. 6. Now do the runners start to say, come on?
Yeah, and you know, if you're Headley, you're like, okay, whatever. But if you're Beltran, you've got to get a good jump and get going, because the base hits you, you've got to score. And you're right, you start jokingly think, here we go again, but you never know that pitch. And Murphy might, hit a hard line drive to left field or right field. Right fielder way in. And they got that swing and miss.
Well, the Yankees get 5 runs here in the second. The big blow off the bat of Mark Teixeira. When it came down, it was Yankees 6, White Sox nothing, and Teixeira's magical season continues. Son, full of action, full of possibilities, full of life.
Well, they're back in it. They're not back in this game. They're back in the wild card race. Their offense is still down. I mean, they've been so hot, averaging over 7 runs in a game on the road, but they're still 13th, only ahead of the Mariners and the Rays. But 5 straight. The Yankees have won 5 in a row against the White Sox. Michael, again, you already gave them that fact, so I'm rereading it again. They haven't done that since 2011 when they beat them 6 in a row.
Here's Garcia. There's a strike. Now, he's been a little bit of a disappointment for this team. They look at him as a 20, 25 home run guy. He has 7 homers and 33 runs batted in. And Robin Ventura was talking about him. He said he's the classic case. If he gets into a little bit of a slump, then he starts to expand the strike zone, and that gets him into more of a slump, a deeper slump than he should be.
And it comes with his size. I mean, as a big guy, they expect him to hit home runs, and you get to the point now where you're behind the home runs you feel like you should hit, and you're not even satisfied with a good at bat and a base hit. You want those home runs to come. You start putting pressure on yourself. It kind of snowballs. Kind of act like I've been there, Mike.
Sounds like it. They usually blame me.
I used to look at Lou Piniella and he'd say, "You can hit 50," and I would just think to myself, "No, I can't. Lou. I cannot hit 50."
The 2-2, swing and a miss. Garcia down on strikes. 3rd strikeout for Eovaldi.
All breaking balls, and then he came with kind of a bigger one. 2 strikes. Really using that breaking ball early in this game. Got your scouting reports on how they're all sitting on that fastball. Well, show the fastball up and in, show it out of the strike zone, and then have the ability to throw your breaking ball for strikes.
Here's Adam LaRoche, one of the offseason acquisitions, and boy, he's disappointed as he swings at the first pitch and lofts it to center field. Ellsbury there. 2 outs.
He'd heard enough of your offseason acquisition disappointment. He just swung, got out of there, so you stop talking.
Right. Well, he's 3 for 30 now.
So he better run to the dugout so get that next guy up so you can just stop.
That's right. Here's Alexi Ramirez.
You go down this list. I mean, recently they've been hot, but everybody on this team, just offensively, they just did not do it first half of the season. There's a guy that won the Silver Slugger last year who's picked it up recently, but not where he was defensively. I mean, he's as sound as anybody in the game.
Nice play by Gregorius. He double clutches and cannot get Ramirez. The double clutch cost him the play. Made a nice play to get to the ball, but couldn't get a handle on it. First base hit for Chicago.
And it shows great range to get to this ball. And it's going to take a fantastic play, but by double clutching, running away from the play, you just can't get much on the throw, too. The more you watch, I mean, the more balls, the more range, I mean, the more athleticism you see in Gregorius, and it just seems like his offense and his defense have really kind of picked each other up.
And you got to give him credit, Paul, because the first month, maybe 2 months, he looked lost. I mean, he looked like a player didn't belong on that field, and for him to keep it together and not give up.
Yeah, and it wasn't like that, there was a silver lining or anybody was writing great things about him. It's just like, there was a lot of pressure. Anytime you try to fill the shoes of the greatest shortstop to ever play, and Derek Jeter, you want to get off to a great start. Offensively, he did not. Defensively was not what they thought, but I mean, you're starting to see what type of player this guy can be.
Yankees lead 6-0. A run in the first, 5 in the second. The big blow, a grand slam by Mark Teixeira.
You see the split finger here. And again, there are a lot of off speed. And I think that you're seeing a scouting report that has said, hey, these guys are good fastball hitters. Eovaldi obviously has a tremendous fastball, but he's set it up. Set off his off-speed stuff. Another good split finger. Another strikeout.
4 strikeouts for Eovaldi through 2. We've played 2 innings here at U.S. Cellular Field. It's all Yankees, 6-0. Inspired medicine. This is a tough loss for the Yankees. No getting around it. Michael Pineda, 9-7, 3.97. He goes on the 15-day DL with a strained right forearm. Now remember, Andrew Miller, the Yankee closer, had a strained left forearm. It took him a month to get back, but he only had to get up to an inning. He has to get back up to 7 innings, so he could be out 6 weeks. Maybe he'll get back to the Yankees, they hope, in the middle of September for games that count. With Brendan Ryan. And Rodon's still in there. And Ryan takes upstairs. Audi A3 scoreboard, 6-0 Yankees. Now, after yesterday's performance, CC Sabathia had to go to the hospital with signs of dehydration. He did not travel with the team to Chicago. He is with the team today. He rejoined them, and everything is fine. But you've played in that searing heat, and can you imagine, like, pitching?
There's heat. I mean, that Texas heat, there's just something about it. It's draining, and I remember there were times Joe Torre would not let us hit. There were times that Buck would tell you to get off the field as much as you could, but just, you know, it plays on you. And pitchers, obviously, the night that they pitch, putting every single pitch, and it was 101 degrees, they said at the start of the game.
And he was supposed to start this game, but they moved him to that game because Pineda went on the DL. Pineda was the original starter. And Ryan goes down on strikes. 1 away. Now the Yankees did make a roster move because Dustin Ackley joined the team, and they designated for assignment Garrett Jones. Kind of a tough call. This is Garrett Jones' hometown. He's very, very popular with his Yankee teammates. And there's Ackley right there, who had to shave a big, heavy, thick beard to become a Yankee, and he'll probably play on Sunday when Samardzija pitches. But the Yankees have some time now to try to trade Garrett Jones, and you know, Joe Girardi said the problem was we didn't get him enough at bats to really be an effective player. But very, very well respected and well liked in the room.
Saw him in the clubhouse, and it's just it's literally the worst part of the game when you see good friends, good guys that just it comes up to that numbers thing where it's the puzzle, the pieces just don't fit, and you've got to get rid of somebody that you don't want to get rid of. Joe Girardi, I'm sure, took it tough. Garrett Jones, I know his wife, family were here, so it's just a tough situation.
And the decision came down to this. Ackley's a better defender than Garrett Jones. And they think that Ackley will be able to hit for some power at Yankee Stadium. And he's a player that the Yankees have long coveted. Number 2 pick in the draft a while ago for the Mariners. Yankees have gone back and forth in trying to get him and always been rebuffed. Finally, they acquired Dustin Ackley, and they think that they could fix what's wrong, and maybe a change of scenery would help him.
Brett Gardner's fixing it all there. See, tell him to look for that pitch up instead of that pitch down.
Ackley and Brendan Ryan were actually teammates with the Mariners at one point. Broken back, ground ball to third. And they get Gregorius.
Go, Jake!
The Yankees get a little bit of a North Carolina connection on the team. Adam Warren. Andrew Miller. Ackley.
Carolina on my mind. I saw James Taylor the other day.
How was he?
Concert, good. Sounds just like the album.
That's a good thing.
He said something that kind of caught me funny. He said, I got a new album out. Basically sounds like all the old albums. It's just, his voice is his voice, you know.
Ellsbury 0 for 2.
I thought about you that night, Michael, matter of fact, because I was sitting there with Neville with another couple. And, you know, it's kind of a great date night. You go to dinner and you just sit there and you watch James Taylor. And I remember that you did that date night with Jody, and you went to Barry Manilow.
That's right. That's right. Life-changing night. I'm glad you were thinking about me on date night. 1-2 count on Ellsbury. You surprised that Rodon's still in there?
Well, I think Robin Ventura is just hoping to get some innings from him now. And this is an inning that if he gets through, you know, he might be able to get you through 5 if he can throw down a couple zeros. Trying to save that bullpen somewhat.
97-mile-an-hour fastball.
Again, there it is. I mean, he was 91, 93, and all of a sudden, every once in a while, pop 197. So it's got nothing to do with strength of the arm, or it's all about the location. Again, there's that slider. You know, you're going for that strikeout, and you just it flat out slips out of your hand. You just have no release point for anything tonight.
Strike 3. Ellsbury thought it was ball 4.
And I think it was.
So a bounce back inning for Rodon. He retires the Yankees in order 1-2-3. And there's strike 3 as we go to the bottom of the 3rd. Invigorate, the high-quality gas you can depend on. Visit BP today. By the Acura, it's that kind of summer event. And by Mohegan Sun, full of action, full of possibilities. full of life. This is a city that's full of life this weekend.
Lollapalooza.
Lollapalooza. Tonight you have Paul McCartney performing.
I'll tell you what, I like music, I like concerts, but that thing goes like for 3 days, right? Some people don't even leave.
Got Metallica tomorrow. I think Mo's making a special appearance.
A little Enter Sandman with Mo.
That's a joke, everybody. Here's Carlos Sanchez. Audi A3 scoreboard, 6-0 Yankees. Kevin Hart is in town, the comedian. He's not part of Lollapalooza.
I was going to say, he's not performing, is he?
No. Well, he is performing somewhere, not at Lollapalooza. And they've got these statues of horses up and down Michigan Avenue. And I wanted to take a selfie with the title, What a Long Face, but maybe tomorrow.
I'll take that for you, just so I can have one on file. Don't give me a side view, because if your head's as big as Uncle Ed's out there on Michigan Avenue, you are in trouble.
You turn Mr. Ed into Uncle Ed.
Wow. But I did see the horses.
Yeah.
It went during, I mean, swarms of people on Michigan Avenue today. Place was rocking. Beautiful day.
The 0-2. Chopped over the mound. Going to be a very difficult play. Oh, what a play by Gregorius. He took a base hit away from Sanchez.
This is all about getting to the ball and the transition out of his glove and on the way. Watch how quick this ball gets out of his glove and on the way to first base. Just absolutely, there's no room for error. Just a perfect play right there. How many times you have to go over that play thousands and thousands of times to be able to make that play in the game without fumbling the baseball.
Back to the top of the lineup, and Adam Eaton, who walked in the first inning against Eovaldi. Now our very own Jack Curry has just texted me that also Lollapalooza is Walk the Moon. They played today. It's an alternative band from Cincinnati that Paul should get it on his iPod.
Those kids went to my kids' high school.
Really?
Absolutely, yeah. They're hitting it big now.
Did your kids know them? Or?
What they think, Shut Up and Dance With Me or something like that? Yeah, it's a big song out there. Yeah, my oldest, Andy, knew a couple of them.
Base hit over the leaping try of Teixeira. And Eaton is going for two. And he's going to make it. He was thinking double out of the box, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you want to see if you're Robin Ventura, guys that don't give up, give in. And again, as soon as you see that ball over the first baseman's head, there's no base coach that's going to help you here. That's a decision you make as a runner. Eaton center field at pretty good speed. A lot of game left, obviously. 6 runs, big lead. But if you continue to keep the White Sox off the scoreboard, as soon as you break that scoreboard, you get rid of that 0. As a White Sox player, you feel like, all right, we're back in this thing.
Here's Tyler Saladino. Runner on second, 1 out. And a strike. Two and 1. Since June 30th, so in a month, the White Sox have jumped 5 teams and gained 3.5 games on the Twins for that second wild card. So now it's just 3.5 behind Minnesota. They've won 7 of 8 and 12 of 19.
You know, one thing about, the wild card race, when you're not chasing somebody in your division, because of the new scheduling, you play so many games against your own division. If you're chasing other teams, you know, you get them one time and that's it. So it's very hard to make up ground head-to-head with teams you're chasing, because a lot of times you won't even play them in the second half.
A lot of scoreboard watching. You have to depend on other people. 2-2. Grounded to third, backhanded by Headley. Throw across the diamond and a scoop by Teixeira as Eaton moves to third. I can't even tell you how many errors Teixeira saved Headley.
It's amazing, and this is an in-between hop. He caught the ball, made the tough part of it, and he kind of skipped the throw over there. And Mark Teixeira, I don't know that, I mean, I thought that Don Mattingly was the best I'd ever seen at first base, but I don't know that anybody scoops the ball as well as Teixeira at first base. Tino Martinez, great defensive player, and he used a lot of just knowledge of studying where to play and things like that. Mattingly's so good. And Yankee fans have been very spoiled to see defense out of first base in the past couple of decades.
Abreu takes a strike, having another good year. The big power source in their lineup.
Yeah, first time up, he used the fastball up and in with 2 strikes, but everything was breaking balls. Another one there. Use that fastball, you want everything right in here, right under his hands, and then that'll open up that breaking ball. The last thing you want to do is get that ball out over the plate. And they use the split finger there. As a hitter, you think, okay, I got away from the breaking ball because you don't see that side where it spin, but again, he took something off of it. It's really neat to see Eovaldi, getting through lineups by not trying to blow people away with his fastball.
Fly ball, deep right center. There it goes. See ya. 2-run home run for Abreu. And the Sox are on the board. Yankees up 6-2.
Yeah, there's a situation where I think you just think too much. Okay, we've set him up, so maybe we can sneak a fastball by him. And like I said, you don't want to get it out over the plate. That's the ball that he looks for and he can reach. That was 99, but it was out away where he could extend his arms. All of a sudden, the White Sox are on the board. Watch where this ball ends up out here. Don't care how hard you throw it. The young power hitter, that's where they're looking. Right off the bat, no doubt.
There's Melky Cabrera. Breaking ball is high.
And so much success against Abreu with breaking balls and that split finger that, it's just, I know as a pitcher you think that hitters are going to sit on certain things, but it's just tough to get beat with a fastball when you know that that's what he hits well.
There's a strike. 2-1.
Again, it was 6-0 coming into this inning. You think of all these cruising. There's 56 pitches. He's not out of the third inning yet.
Chopped right side. Ryan is there. And that will do it here in the third. But the White Sox trying to creep back in. A double by Eaton, and then 1 out later, Jose Abreu takes an outside fastball. Drives it the other way. His 18th home run of the year. Yankees 6, White Sox 2. Yes Data Strong fan, and you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast. Brought to you by T-Mobile. All right, we're going to the fourth inning. It's 6-2, Yankees over the White Sox. We mentioned earlier that CC left yesterday's game with dehydration, which he had later after he was moved from the game and didn't travel with the team. Meredith, what's the latest on CC?
Well, Michael, CC Sabathia is here. He arrived at the Yankees clubhouse about 5 p.m. Central Time, and I just spoke with him a few minutes ago, and he said it was a really scary situation. He didn't really feel any of the effects during the game. He was, obviously, the heat was out there, and he realized that, but he didn't think he had dehydration until he sat at his locker, and he wondered whether or not he should really say anything to the training staff. He eventually did, and he had an IV at Globe Life Park, and it really didn't do anything. That's why they sent him to the hospital, where he received several bags of fluid. They actually kept him overnight, and he left this morning. He said nothing like that has ever happened to him before, and it's interesting because he's actually a guy that likes pitching in the heat. He said he always does a very good job of hydrating prior to the start. He just thinks the heat in Texas must have, for some reason in that particular start, got to him. He is fine now. He expects to make his next start, and he doesn't think there'll be any restrictions moving forward.
Now, anything on Ivan Nova?
I caught up with Nova earlier today, and I asked him if he changed his routine at all, if he kind of dialed it back a little bit after saying he had a little bit of arm fatigue during his last start, and he said no, the arm feels fine. He didn't do anything differently. He threw the same number of pitches in his side session, and he'll be ready to go when his start comes up on Sunday.
Well, good news for Nova, so it'll be Samardzija against Nova on Sunday. Thanks, Meredith. Paul, you ever have dehydration?
You know, there was one time in Baltimore on a hot day, and it just... all of a sudden, I just felt really weird. I just like lethargic.
Fly ball center field. Eaton back. Still back. And it's over his head and up against the wall. That ball took off on Eaton, who's a good center fielder, as Young picks up a leadoff double.
And you talk about an angle. Kind of went straight across where you want to kind of run diagonal and give yourself a chance. Ball did carry. The ball is carrying. See right here as he goes across, then he's got to kind of make that V, and you just get beat by the ball. Just kind of a bad angle for a center fielder. Last thing the White Sox want to do is give the Yankees a couple extra runners here with an opportunity to score where you just feel like you just kind of jump back into the game. And back to your point, we were in Baltimore, a hot, muggy day.
That gets past Soto as Young moves to third.
And all of a sudden it just comes upon you where you just feel this like lethargic feeling where you just don't feel like you can even get through the game. And it just, you know, obviously once it's over by the next day you feel fine, but it's just kind of a weird thing.
I had it once. I went to a beach, stayed out in the sun too long, went to work that night, and actually passed out face first.
Really?
That explains a lot of the looks, but...
This is a true story.
Yeah, true story. Infield comes in, and the ball gets past Soto. Here comes Young. He'll score. 7-2 Yanks.
You talk about tough runs to give up. A misplayed ball in center field and 2 wild pitches, and the Yankees throw another one on the board. This is, again, his release point today. I mean, he got through the third, but you can just see everything is just in, out, down, up. Just no consistency to it.
3 wild pitches tonight for him. And the count 3-0. Albert's up again, so the leash on Rodon will be very, very short right here. And a walk to A-Rod. And that is going to do it for the 22-year-old as Robin Ventura will signal to the bullpen and end Rodon's night. So the White Sox manager makes the Verizon call to the bullpen. Matt Albers will come on to face the red-hot Mark Teixeira. Yankees up 7-2 here on Yes. And those were the thrilling moments of the game, brought to you by Pepsi. On a Friday evening here in Chicago, Yankees 7, White Sox 2. Yankees knock out the White Sox starter and get into their bullpen here in the 4th inning. Matt Albers takes over with a runner on first, nobody out, and Mark Teixeira stepping to the plate. The numbers on Albers, just his 9th game, 13 innings, 8 hits, 2 walks, 8 strikeouts. Teixeira walked and has a grand slam. First time batting from the left side, takes outside.
You say that so casually. Yeah, he's got a walk and a grand slam. Like it's nothing.
It's been that sort of year. Rodon, 3+ innings, and that's the shortest outing for a White Sox starter since May 9th.
Yeah, their pitching's been good. It's all about the offense, which recently has been pretty good. That's why they really had a turnaround, but their pitching has been pretty strong. So he goes to his knee and he really just aims that ball back to the pitcher. Every once in a while, as a base runner, you'll try to time that and possibly delay steal off of it. A weird thing that he does.
The way he throws back to the mound, he almost looks like he's heading right toward Mackey Sasserville, former Met catcher whose really career was ruined. Couldn't throw the ball back to the pitcher. Now he can throw the ball to second base because you're not thinking them, but you can see he's trying to work out those problems or stop those problems from becoming career-ending. I mean, he keeps throwing off a knee.
He was hitting one night in Cincinnati, and Mackey Sasser was catching, and the ball we had caught, and he used to kind of double bump, and as I look back, I heard the umpire say, well, he had pumped so many times he fell backwards onto his back. It was, it's a sad thing to see.
Fly ball deep center. Eaton back, track, wall, see ya! Another home run from Mark Teixeira. This one a 2-run shot, and the Yankees lead 9-2. Can you be hotter than Mark Teixeira?
I'll tell you what, this was a no-doubter here. I mean, this ball hit up on that aluminum shed out there in center field. This was a bomb. I'll tell you, baseball's fun when you can come to the ballpark and put up nights like this. Just a ball up in the strike zone and kind of sinking away, and he just hammers it to center field. You see how he hits under the baseball, and that's how he gets so much elevation on the ball. Just kind of watching him in batting practice, and just one of the reasons, he's not great at hitting the ball the other way and he's so good at driving the ball up is he has a slight uppercut.
How about Carlos Beltran going the other way? He's 3 for 3.
The Yankee hitters just putting on a clinic here.
Well, the interesting thing about Teixeira's power of late, most of it in center field.
Yeah, you see how he's under the ball. I mean, he's not on top of it, and that's how he gets that elevation and how he's able to just drive. Think, well, why didn't everybody do that? There's a lot of people that cannot use that uppercut. Mark Teixeira has been able to his whole career.
He's putting some distance between you and he.
Yeah, a little bit.
Well, you and him.
That home run I hit in the softball game at the All-Star, does that count?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Yeah, he's still one ahead of you.
I got another one coming up in the backyard when I get home. When is it? What's the next holiday? Labor Day? We got a good softball game for Labor Day.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Chase Headley, and the hits just keep on coming. Hit number 11 for the Yankees.
You turned on that game in Texas where they scored 21, and it seems like tonight they're swinging the bats kind of the same way.
Kansas City and Toronto now tied at 6 in the bottom of the 7th inning in Toronto. Tampa Bay leads Boston 5-4. And the Orioles have taken the lead over Detroit after an early deficit.
Actually, you know who pitched for Kansas City was Cueto, the big acquisition from the Reds. It was his first game tonight.
So 2 home runs yesterday for Teixeira, 2 today. One other time in his career, August of 2007, while he was with the Braves, did he have back-to-back games of multiple home runs. Now his 2 home runs today combined 825 feet, if you're wondering. 3-0 now on Murphy. And he walked him. So Albert's not providing any relief as he's loaded the bases.
These are the nights that, as a manager, you're trying to figure out anything I can do. You know, you don't want to waste your whole bullpen, but you just don't want to let the game get too far out of hand. Back on the phone again.
All right, so let's see. He has 41 multiple home run games, and only Mickey Mantle with 46 have more such games as a switch hitter. And he broke a tie with Chipper Jones tonight.
A lot of Hall of Famers on that list. Mickey Mantle, Eddie Murray.
Chipper's going.
Chipper's going.
Brendan Ryan takes outside.
I'll tell you what, you look at the amount of Hall of Famers from those Atlanta Brave years. And 1 championship out of all that.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, you guys ripped him out of 2.
Yeah, but it doesn't really add up. I mean, when you have that many good players.
It seems like it would add up to a lot more.
Well, they lost in '96 to the Yankees. They got swept in '99 by the Yankees. They lost a crusher to the Twins.
Yeah. Yeah, I can
7
remember
games.
Kirby Puckett with that big home run off of Charlie Liebran, I think it was.
Count 1-2 on Ryan. Ryan's 1 for 2, singled, scored, and struck out in the 3rd. Dan Jennings getting ready. Rip past Saladino into left field for a base hit. Beltran scores. Everybody else moves up a base. It's an RBI single for Brendan Ryan. And the Yankees pouring it on against the White Sox.
I'll tell you what, Ryan hits his ball hard, and again, there's no reason to just take chances. I mean, you're just going kind of base to base. His ball hits so hard that you can't score from second.
So 10-2 as Cooper makes another trip to the mound. Did you like hitting in this ballpark?
I thought it was a great ballpark to hit come mid-May on, because early in the year it's just too cold. Now, you know, when it gets warm, and it's changed a lot now. Remember, the center field out here used to be light blue, and you really couldn't see the ball that well. Now it's darker, it's green. It's a great ballpark to hit.
In fact, all the seats used to be light blue.
Yeah. I brought Wrigley Field over here with a little ivy out there. Been to Wrigley Field, Mike?
Oh yeah,
many times. You like it?
I love it. 3 times, I think.
You're not a closet Cub fan, huh?
You know what? I'd like to see the Cubs make the playoffs. That'd be fun. They've suffered long enough. Hey, how about the run counter again for Eovaldi?
Yeah, it's you know, games like this kind of skewed a little bit when they just keep firing up runs.
Some years you're pitching on the right day.
Right. And you know, the problem with that is somebody's pitching on the wrong day. There's always that tough luck guy that goes out and nobody scores runs for, you know, and they pitch pretty well and they lose 2-1, 3-2.
Bases loaded. Gregorius, here's the 2-1. That one is laced into center field. Eaton's right there. He'll make the catch. Tagging is Headley. He'll score easily. Moving to third is Murphy. It's a sac fly for Didi. And now the Yankees are up 11-2.
You think about it, you know, if you're the manager, you're like, we got in at 3:30, 4 o'clock. Guys will probably wind down, get in bed by 5. That'd be a tough day to get things going today, and all of a sudden, boom, 4th inning, you're up 11-2. But, you know, what's the alternative there? Because you cannot really play a day game in Texas on a getaway day at this time of the year.
And you know, the White Sox had the same deal. They came from Boston,
yeah.
They played a night game as well. Here's Ellsbury. That was just the first out of the inning. Ellsbury, the 9th batter to come to the plate. He fouls it off. Yeah, you play a day game in Texas. That wouldn't be good.
Early in the year is fine. I mean, you look forward to going there, and I always love going down to Texas. I thought it was a great ballpark to play in, but the heat does become a factor this time of year.
Top of the 7th, Baltimore 8, Detroit 6. Ellsbury fouls it away.
That surprised you that Hamels ended up going to the Rangers?
Well, it was more of a trade, I guess, for the future, because Hamels was the one pitcher. If you're going to give up a lot for him, you've got him for 3 more years.
Right.
And he's at a good age. You know, like David Price could be a free agent. He's going to be 30.
Yeah.
You're going to have to give him a 7-year deal. So you're going to run into a different pitcher those last 3 years.
They've kind of fought. I mean, they're not out of the wild card. So obviously this year's
high drive, deep to right. Fair ball, it's gone. It is a foul ball. Now, everybody's excited about the Blue Jays getting David Price, but the Yankees, I don't think that worries them that much. They have 13 games left with the Blue Jays, and the way we figured it, he'll have 3 starts against the Yankees, but the last 2 seasons, he's 1-3 with a 7.59 and 6 starts against the Yankees, and he's over 500 at 10-7, but who hits at a 4.41 ERA against Price? So that doesn't scare the Yankees, and you know they got Tulowitzki, which makes a great offense even better. But the rest of your starting rotation is still kind of suspect.
True.
They got a lot of games to make up as Ellsbury goes down looking.
Remember, we called that game early in the year where David Price was dealing, and I mean, it's just like the Yankees knew what he was throwing. I mean, they actually hammered him.
That was that cold, cold day in Detroit.
Beautiful. Kind of reminds me of tonight, right? Booth open.
Yeah. So here's Chris Young. He started this with the line drive over the head of Eaton in center field. Now, everybody's having a grand old time with the Yankees, right? They've scored 11 runs. They have 12 hits. Well, this is the 4th inning, and Jacoby Ellsbury is 0 for 4 and has not joined the party, so he's not having that great of a time.
No, and it does happen. It just, you know, you'll be the one guy, you know, you get 3 hit, and all of a sudden you have a couple of them, then all of a sudden, boom, we hit 20 hits, and you get none. It's just, it's a weird game. There's no reason. I mean, obviously, early, Rodon, he's a tough matchup for lefties. But Ellsbury, to me, is still kind of in that mode of getting back into everyday game shape. Great to have him back in the lineup, and you look forward to when, you know, he really gets back to being himself.
This is the 2nd inning that the Yankees have sent 10 batters to the plate. They did it in the 2nd, scoring 5. They have 5 runs in the 4th. Murphy is at 3rd. Brendan Ryan at 1st. Grounded and grabbed there by Saladino. The long throw. Oh, a nice switch of the feet by Abreu to get Chris Young. Yankees lead this one 11-2. A big part of it has been Mark Teixeira. There's his grand slam in the 2nd. His night's not done. Here in the 4th, it's a 2-run blast. 2 home runs, 6 ribbies, and 11-2 Yanks. Time highlights and pitch tracking info on your out-of-market fantasy players, live or on demand on over 400 devices. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Get MLB.tv today.
Not so blue, is it?
No, kind of gold. Here's Garcia. Eovaldi enjoying 11-2 lead. Lincoln scoreboard 11-12 and 0 for the Yanks. 2-3-0 for the White Sox. Now, did you like hitting in Wrigley?
Depends. If the wind's blowing out, it's the greatest place in the world. The wind's blowing in, you hope you get rained out. I mean, it's just you can't hit the ball out of the infield. That was one of the ballparks that is open air, and so the wind really affects the baseball.
I wonder if it affects it as much as when you play now that they have that big scoreboard out in left center field.
They have changed it. Yeah, you're right. I don't know. It's still, I mean, you used to get on the bus in the morning and you could see the flags at the hotel just whistling, and you knew if it was blowing in or out.
That one is chopped. Right side charging is Ryan.
And Brendan Ryan, I mean, you don't lose much defensively. I mean, this guy can play defense. Great shortstop, great second baseman. And if he hits for you, boy, you're really, really pulling one out of your hat, because he can catch the ball for you, too.
Now, you mentioned the wind blowing in at Wrigley. Cole Hamels just pitched a no-hitter there, and the wind was blowing in. I'm told that Chris Bryant, the rookie, hit 2 balls that would have been way out, but the wind caught it, and he got himself a no-hitter. And that was the final out, too. Chris Bryant, one of those long drives.
Something about playing in Wrigley Field early in the year, you know, the ivy wasn't in bloom yet, and it was just like a ballpark. And then you would come in the summer, and the ivy it was just like a different feel. It's like somebody turned the filter off your phone or something, just turned it on. It was a beautiful place to play. And that's back in the days where you would go, you'd go to a city 2 or 3 times. So, you'd hit it spring, summer, fall, got all of them.
Well, last year was a great year for the Yankees because they played the White Sox and the Cubs 1 week. The Yankees were here for 7 days.
Nice. Yeah, road trip in the same spot. You can't beat that.
And that same spot being Chicago.
Oh, offended. That's your second city. Cincy's not your second city. Really?
New York and Chicago.
Where's Cincy coming?
I don't go to Cincy very often.
Really?
Yeah, I don't get an invite.
Yeah, it's in the mail. I don't know. You never send them back.
That one is wrapped into center field. Ellsbury back, still back. Ball's really flying out there, and it's over his head. LaRoche picks up a double.
I'll tell you what, the ball was carrying in batting practice. It has not stopped. It's a warm night in Chicago. Ellsbury turned the right way, just kind of coasted back on it. See if it hits the heel of his glove. Wow, great. He dropped it. A little shot of adrenaline as a hitter. Oh, right off the end.
On Yesmo. You see it slowly hit off the glove.
You don't see it very often. Ellsbury, a great center fielder. And once in a while, major league players just make mistakes. It's one of them. He got to it plenty of time.
Here's Alexi Ramirez, who had a single in the second. And he pops it up, right side, drifting back. Teixeira coming over Ryan. Teixeira makes the play in foul territory.
It's amazing. Brendan Ryan goes over there, and most of the time second basemen will call you off. Teixeira is so good at what he does defensively. You're kind of hesitant to make it a tougher play and call him off. See, the angle there usually is better for the second base. Teixeira gets there and makes the play. So the last thing you want is to hear those footsteps, because you didn't hear anybody call you off.
Now take a look at Brendan Ryan. What do you see?
I see a mustache with a guy on it. Huh?
I see the WB Mason guy.
Yeah.
I mean, he keeps playing well. He's got a sponsorship deal with WB Mason. I mean, it's the same guy.
Very close.
WB Mason, the proud sponsor of our postgame show on this.
That's when Jack and Bob really go to work, right?
Oh, yeah.
In-depth stuff. If we ever forgot anything.
We'll hear from them shortly as Soto fouls it back.
Oh, they're scampering in Stanford now. They know they're coming on soon.
One. Now you would expect with home cooking they would give LaRoche a double, but if you're Nathan Eovaldi, you think that should be an out.
Oh yeah, and if you ask Ellsbury, he thought he had the ball. I mean, he got to the ball, and like I said, every once in a while in a 162 game schedule, you make mistakes, and it happens. Even the greatest players. Ellsbury's a good outfielder.
3-1 on Soto.
See, the tough part is to get your angle on the ball, which he did. Just took his eye off it a little bit too quick. That's when you pick it up and you just heave it as hard as you can, Michael, because you're a little chap. You didn't put that one away. You know when you basically threw one as hard as you possibly can is when your fingers start tingling. That usually means that's about all I got on that. I can't turn it up another notch.
Grounded sharply to Gregorius. Plays it to the side, and that'll do it. Here in the fourth. No runs a hit, no errors, and one man left on base. Let's go to the fifth inning. It's 11-2 Yankees. Six back, Blue Jays 7 back in the loss column. The Rays 7 back in the games behind column, and the Red Sox 13 off the pace. Should be a fun last couple of months. By the way, we looked it up. You are a .318 lifetime hitter at Wrigley, so the wind was blowing out.
Couple times.
Bigelow T scoreboard 11-2 Yankees. New pitcher for the White Sox, Dan Jennings. He's had a busy year, GM of the Marlins, then steps into the Marlins manager's job, and here he is pitching for the White Sox. A-Rod's had a good night. 2 for 2, 3 runs scored, a walk. Jennings deals outside. We're in the 5th inning. It's 11-2 Yankees, a 5-run second and a 5-run fourth. '29th game for Jennings. Alex has averaged up to .282 with 24 homers and 61 runs batted in. Boy, Soto just threw back to the pitcher, almost fell face forward. He really has difficulty. That doesn't necessarily mean you could run on him, because a throw to second could be something he does well. Although he's thrown out just 6 of 23 base runners. Yankees haven't really had to steal bases tonight.
Once in a while you guess 3-1. He got an off-speed pitch there, looking for a fastball. And you get back and think, I'm still in this count, still ahead.
A-Rod on base again, and we check in with Bob Lorenz. Bob. All right, we'll keep an eye on that one as well. Here's Mark Teixeira, who's had his eye on the ball tonight. A walk-in, 2 home runs, a grand slam, and a 2-run shot.
Detroit has really been one of those stories where you just expect them to win. It could get ugly here at the end of the season there. All of a sudden they're selling guys, and they've been so close, getting to the playoffs, big guys, big names. All of a sudden, you're starting to be sellers. It's just not something you're used to seeing in the past 5 or 6 years.
Also, Paul, you're sending a message to the team. We're trading the best pitcher and a really important part of the offense. What's the team going to think?
Right.
Soto goes out and talks with Jennings. Teixeira made history with the home runs from both sides of the plate tonight, breaking a tie with Nick Swisher for the most ever in Major League history. 14 times he's hit a homer from the right and the left side in a single game.
Well, Michael, we talked about Ellsbury, how he hasn't jumped into the party, and I got a text from down in South Beach from a big Yankee fan. We talk about those nights that you really are into, and Tex was one of the guys in the 21-run game that didn't get a hit.
That's right.
He was over. So it's amazing how this game will change night to night.
Count 2-1. Not holding on A-Rod. The 2-1 is way outside 3-1.
These are the counts that Mark Teixeira does a lot of damage. We saw a 3-home run game not too long ago from Alex Rodriguez. Mark Teixeira might be close tonight.
In his career, he's had three home run games. Last one was in 2010. Let's take a look at the 2 homers tonight. That's the one in the second.
Well, that's the big one. The grand slam to really open this game up.
Got some aluminum siding on that one.
Were up and down Michigan Avenue. You did the whole thing, didn't you?
Oh, yeah.
Did you notice it? I mean, you could tell. Obviously, you don't know the people on the street, but you could tell what they were up to. You could tell the people going to the concert. You could tell the people with the Yankee shirts. They were coming to the game. There was some White Sox fans, and the concert people had their short shorts and T-shirts. It's kind of funny, but it was mob.
3-2. Fighting them off. I saw a lot of the high-end store owners out on the sidewalk waving in Eovaldi.
Yeah,
trying to get her in.
They don't have to wave her in. Huh?
She's trying to score from third.
Oh, goodness. She's got a back entrance. She gets VIP treatment. I bought some shoes today. I got up to the counter. I'm like, you know what? I got no way of paying for these. Hang on, let me text my wife. She's a couple floors up. She'll come down. The guy looked at me like I was nuts. She's like, you have no credit card? I'm like, nope, not right now.
Line drive, a base hit to left field. Goes to the wall and into the corner. Alex Rodriguez will stop at third. Another extra base hit for Teixeira. 2 home runs and a double. Great night. Wow. For the Yankee first baseman.
Well, again, another ball just smoked down the left field line. Bigger part of this ballpark, you'll see 330 in left, 335 in right. Long down the lines, the gaps in center field play a little bit shorter than most ballparks.
How about this, Paul? Your number 3, 4, and 5 hitters. A-Rod, Teixeira, and Beltran. 11 plate appearances. They've reached base 11 times.
Wow.
And here's plate appearance number 12. At 11-2, they're not bringing the infield in. Beltran 3 for 3, 2 doubles and a single. Eleven runs on 13 hits for the Yankees. And we got Daniel Webb up in the bullpen.
Went through a lot of pitchers, obviously, early in the game. It's just one of those nights as a manager, you're starting to go through your everyday players and think, man, I might need an inning from one of those guys tonight. Ventura, one of the good guys of baseball, Mike. I'm sure you had some good stories with him too. Just played hard, just didn't show his emotions, his feelings. Just pretty much just took the field and played hard every day. Another one of the guys that just kind of walked into managing. I mean, he didn't do any minor league stuff, didn't do anything other than get a phone call out on his deck one day, right? Malibu. It's a good deck to get a phone call.
Hard deck to leave. Swing and a miss. They finally get Beltran. Tomorrow afternoon, it's a must-see soccer Saturday on yes, as NYCFC's new star-powered trio is scheduled to take the field at Yankee Stadium for a match with the Montreal Impact. Watch New York City FC, presented by Etihad Airways, tomorrow afternoon at 2 right here on yes. And Frank Lampard is scheduled to make his much-anticipated debut in that game.
We had him in the booth, remember that?
Yeah, then they signed him. Here's Headley inside. So now they have Pirlo, Lampard, and Bia.
Good swing from Headley. Again, this is where hitters become very comfortable. You know, you're in good situations to continue to drive in runs. There's no pressure. You know, you've kind of broken the game open. You're seeing some ace swings from some of these guys walking to the plate right now.
That one is looped into right field. It's a base hit. A-Rod scores. They'll hold Teixeira at third. An RBI single for Headley. And the Yankees now up 12-2.
Headley's had a great July, and a lot of it, a few home runs, but a lot of it has just been base hits, driving in runs. And kind of inside outs this ball. He's beat inside, but he just stays through it. Strong enough to drive it to right field.
With that RBI, A-Rod scores his 4th run of the game. It's just the 5th inning. Here's Murphy, 1 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. Yankees have runners on first and third, 1 out. That one is chopped over the middle. Sanchez flips to Ramirez on to first. A nicely turned double play, 4-6-3 to end the 5th. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, 1 man left. At the end of 4 1/2, we're halfway through. Yankees 12, White Sox 2. Join Yes for pregame coverage starting at 6:30, and after the game on Pix 11, come back for Yankees extra innings. Then Sunday, catch complete coverage of the series finale starting at 1 right here on Yes. Big crowd here at U.S. Cellular. They have not had much to cheer about, that they're White Sox fans. Carlos Sanchez leads off against Eovaldi. Takes outside. 1-0. 12-2 Yankees on the Bigelow T scoreboard. All right, is there a point, I know you can't admit this, but now you could. Is there a point when you're down 12-2 that you just start phoning in at bats?
You try not to.
But
it's
some guys
very
do,
hard.
right?
It's very hard to especially when you got in at 3 or 4 in the morning. And you know, but every at bat.
That's over the head of Young. It meant something to Sanchez as he picks up a leadoff double here in the 5th.
You got to fight that tendency because you know you're playing in front of 40-some thousand people. You're in a major league uniform. Every at bat means something. At the end of the year, you look back at the times that you just flat out gave away at bats and you can't get them back.
Now, you grew up watching the guy and you played for him too. I've read stories where Pete Rose never gave away an at bat. Like every at bat was so important.
I mean, you can ask a lot of people. Pete Rose was not the most talented baseball player to ever play, but he had a will and a desire above what a lot of people were capable of doing, and that's what made him successful. So, yeah, was definitely one of his strengths.
Now, you also played with another guy that I never saw give away an at bat, Wade Boggs. No matter what the score, he was looking to get a hit.
Yeah, Boggsy was, I mean, just you don't do the things he did average-wise by, you know, just showing up 2 or 3 times a week. It was every single day. It was a grind.
Eaton fouls it back.
See, Spike Lee was on the field before the game. So he was in Chicago filming a movie and just kind of intentionally overlapped it so he could watch his beloved Yankees.
Scored himself a pretty good seat.
Yeah. Probably has 2 friends around the country, wouldn't you think?
You would think.
Nothing like you, but.
Yeah, I think he's doing all right.
I'm not even going to talk about you anymore because you knew it was going to be a long game. You went out today walking Michigan Ave, bought us the sharing size peanut M&M.
That's right, because I know you like those, and there's nobody to bring them up to you here.
That's nice. The sharing size that have been shared to the point where they're.
Oh, what a play by Teixeira! A highlight reel game from Mark Teixeira. He took a double away from Eaton.
I'll tell you what, sometimes a game just is so much fun to play. That's just a bullet. Just keep your glove down. A lot of times, even though his head kind of went away, you see how the glove did not come up with it. And this is just a reaction. It just it gets on you before you have any thought process whatsoever. Watch the glove stay down. Even in Yesmo, when it's slowed down a little bit, it looks like a tough play.
Runner at third, 1 out. And here's Saladino. Now, we keep talking about Prince Fielder, but serious neck surgery, hitting well over 300 as a comeback player. A lot of people have brought up Alex. Mark Teixeira is coming off 2 tough seasons because of injuries. He's got to be considered as well. He's going to be in the top 5 in that voting.
I'll tell you what, the middle of this lineup, you couldn't have dreamt that it would end up the way it has been with Rodriguez and Teixeira.
There's no way. I mean, there'll be Yankee fans that will just be optimists and they'll say, "Oh, A-Rod's going to have it." But if you ask scouts and baseball people, well, what's A-Rod going to do this year? You hear, oh, he might have 10 home runs and 40 ribbies and maybe hit 240, 250. And Teixeira, you know, he's been hurt for 2 years. You didn't know if it was going to come back. I mean, they've carried this team offensively. Just missed outside.
Once in a while, Eovaldi will throw a pitch and you'll see movement on it thinking, wow, that's a pretty good sinker, but that's 97. Kind of coming back to the outside corner. Or if he had to move his glove a little bit too much to get the call.
Swing and a miss.
Good split finger there.
2-way. The White Sox are now 1 for 10 with men on base, 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position against Eovaldi.
So he almost turns that ball over as he's releasing it, where he gets that little downward motion or downward action to it. The last thing you want to do is, you know, you get that split finger, it's not only a speed change, but just have it kind of hanging over the plate. You got to have that thing moving away from the barrel of the bat.
Here's Abreu, who had a 2-run home run in the third. You think Eovaldi learned his lesson with that fastball?
Well, you know, when he challenged him there, and I would be very surprised if he sees another hittable fastball in this count. Even with a 12-2 lead, you know, pitchers aren't just going to give you pitches to hit. Good split fingered there. The pitch that he got him out the first time he has not seen in this at bat, and that's that slider away. So you either waste a fastball in to get him off of it, or you just start pumping sliders in there until he goes for one of them. See, that had a drop motion, but that's a split-fingered fastball. He's getting a lot of movement on that ball down.
Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 12-2 Yankees. We're in the bottom of the 5th. Runner at third base. Eovaldi looking for his 11th win. He's 10-2.
Whoa!
Oh, what a pick and a block there by John Ryan Murphy. Saved a run.
Once in a while, guys that throw as hard as Eovaldi does, I mean, with their arm speed, you'll see this slider just kind of pull it down. I tell you what, you're talking about trying to catch a ball that hits about 5 or 6 feet in front of you.
And the payoff.
And he went with 4 consecutive off-speed pitches. Wasn't able to throw any of them for strikes, but was not going to give in to him again.
You know what's happening here, Paul? It's a 12-2 blowout game, but his pitch count is such that this is going to be the last inning he pitches, so the Yankees going to get 4 innings out of the bullpen.
Yeah, but there's going to be 4 innings if you keep this lead that you know you can just mark off Miller, you can mark off Betances, that you don't want to use them. And that's why you want to keep that big lead, so you can just give them a night where they don't even think about pitching.
Here's Melky Cabrera. Melky made his major league debut in 2005 for the Yankees. Signed a free agent contract with the White Sox during the offseason. 1st and 3rd for Chicago. We're in the bottom of the 5th. It's 12-2 Bombers. First game of a 3-game set.
There's a hot hitter that just got tied up by a fastball out over the plate. 97. To do basketball? Did you ever write for basketball?
Oh yeah, I covered the then New Jersey Nets, and I covered college basketball, St. John's.
I always thought it would have been cool to see Michael Jordan in his era.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, here in Chicago.
Line drive, a base hit to right field. Sanchez scores. Abreu will go to third. It's an RBI single for Melky, and it's 12-3 Yanks.
Well, they got jammed on that fastball, but he fouled it off to get a split finger that kind of hung over the plate. You see, this doesn't have much downward motion, and Melky just hammers it. Again, Joe Girardi realizes what you were saying, Michael. I mean, yeah, let's get out of this inning, but how many pitches are we going to let him go? Is this going to be it? Are we going to go to the bullpen?
Well, I certainly want him to get the one more out to get the win, or to be eligible for the win, but that's not the most important thing on Joe's mind. Melky Cabrera, he has modeled many uniforms: Yankees, Royals, Blue Jays, Braves, Giants, now the White Sox. Garcia takes low. 1-0. There's still no one throwing in the Yankee pen. There's some stirring right now, but no one is up on the mound.
See the old-fashioned back there, the White Sox jersey. Yeah, I never saw that ballpark, Comiskey Ballpark. Didn't hear great things about it. But you like it?
It was historic.
Yeah. Now, those wheels up on the scoreboard, were they actually from the ballpark?
No, they're not
Redone?
the same ones, but yeah, but that's what it came from, that scoreboard. Across the street now is a parking lot where Comiskey stood, and you could walk in the parking lot. There's home plate painted where home plate was.
Oh, is that right?
It's good space too.
Harold Baines, saw him today. One of the greats.
One and two. There's old Comiskey.
I didn't realize it was just across the street. I thought it was another part of the city.
Pave paradise and put up a parking lot.
Joni Mitchell said it at least.
It was not, I mean, it had many great moments. It was not you didn't feel like Fenway or even Old Tiger Stadium. It was a beaten up ballpark, but there was something special about it. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. 12-3 Yanks. If you want to take anything negative out of Eovaldi, now we told you his last start he pitched to a batter in the 9th inning. That's the first time in his career he ever pitched in the 9th inning. He's a guy who throws a lot of pitches, and he doesn't get that many swings and misses, more than he used to because of the splitter, but people put the ball in play, get hits, so he throws a lot of pitches and doesn't go that deep. This is his 100th career start tonight. It's never easy. 2-2.
Wow, just looked. I mean, we talked about his last start. It was the first time he ever got into the 9th inning, and that was with 100 pitches. He said 104 in a 12-3 game here in the bottom of the 5th.
Fly ball, right center. Beltran makes the play. 104 pitches for Eovaldi, and after 5 innings, it's Yankees 12, White Sox 3. That's probably the last we'll see of Eovaldi tonight, as he's eligible for the win. on the Red Sox. First 18,000 guests in attendance are going to receive a Yankees portable power charger courtesy of Delta Airlines. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com, visit the Yankee Stadium ticket window, Yankees clubhouse shops, or call Ticketmaster at 877-469-9849. And in that series, although we don't have a date yet, Luis Severino will make his major league debut. And Yankees said his next start will be in the bigs. And it will be, in all likelihood, in the series against the Red Sox Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. Brendan Ryan takes a strike. Who but Brendan Ryan? He's 2 for 3.
Surprised we can't hear the echoes of Lollapalooza over. We're not that far. We drove by it on the way to the ballpark. Do you see it?
I think they took a different route
really?
on the bus I took, yeah.
We came out early, though. I came out on a late bus. Not far from here.
Now, the Yankees, Paul, are you surprised have no one up in the bullpen? Might they have Eovaldi pitch the 6th?
Yeah, at least started, it looks like.
Line drive into right center, and Eaton can't get there. It's over his head and up against the wall. Eaton's taking some strange routes to the baseball as Brendan Ryan with a leadoff double, his 3rd hit of the night.
Again, good jump on the ball, but the route, watch, he goes straight across. And when you do that, you get beat because the ball just beats you to a spot. He's not using his speed by just the angle he's taking at the ball.
Slow ground ball is short. Ramirez. Boy, Didi always flies down that line. We shouldn't celebrate that, but in today's game of baseball, it does stand out as Brendan Ryan moves to 3rd.
Looks easy till you try to do it at our age, huh, Michael? Sprint down to 1st.
If I ran as hard as I could, it wouldn't look like that. So Didi 0 for 2 with a sac bunt and a sac fly. Here's Ellsbury. He's looking to join the party. 15 hits. He's 0 for 4. Yankees have 6 doubles in this game, a season high for them. Yankees on base percentage as a team tonight, .618.
That usually means good things.
Yes. Now, you know Harry Smith, NBC correspondent, used to work for CBS for a long time. He just got a hold of me. He said Comiskey was the real thing. Tons of character, and what replaced it was a disappointment.
Oh, really? You know, it's tradition, and you know what is beautiful as Yankee Stadium is there's still people that grew up loving the old stadium. It's just hard to take that thing away from them. And you know what? When I went to Detroit to do that game with you, it's a beautiful stadium.
Right.
It's not the old Detroit Stadium, and there's just too many memories.
That's why I thought that Derek Jeter speech the last night at the old ballpark really was the perfect way to end it. He said, we've got to take these memories and bring them across the street. And the Yankees winning the World Series the first year in the new ballpark made memories right there.
That guy didn't do too many wrong things in his career.
No, he seemed like he's done okay.
Yeah?
Yeah. Now there's a story about this ballpark. You know, this was like one of the first places that got a new park, and the architects that built this park brought a set of plans to the White Sox owners, and the plans were for Camden Yards, the same place they built in Baltimore.
Like, okay.
This was before Camden Yards, so they were giving it to this place, and the White Sox said, "We don't want an old ballpark; we want a new ballpark."
Wow.
So they turned it down, and it was given to Baltimore. And I don't know if Camden Yards would be Camden Yards without that
Book's Barker View
yeah.
and then Utah Street back there. We just planted a warehouse out here. We'll just draw it in there if you need it.
2-2.
Well, hanging breaking ball there. Just got it inside enough to tie him up a little bit. This ball just kind of hang up there, but it was inside enough where it kind of jammed him. Didn't quite get to it.
Now, Paul, I know you're a big music fan.
Yes.
All right, so we gave you Brendan Ryan as the W.B. Mason guy. A couple of my buddies texted me, Freddie Mercury.
Freddie Mercury.
From Queen.
His hair is not dark enough.
He's got a Freddie Mercury look there.
I don't know if his pants are tight enough either. Freddie sported the skin tight white.
Line drive into left center field. That's a base hit, and Ellsbury's joined the party. An RBI single. W.B. Mason Mercury scores, and it's now 13-3 Yanks.
Well, that's a good at bat there. He had a lot of pitches he took. He had a lot of pitches he fouled off. Finally got one that he could handle. Lined it to left center field. Robin Ventura didn't like it as much, but.
Now there's the W.B. Mason guy who looks a little bit like the actor Matthew Broderick. And then there's Brendan Ryan. Paul, you know it's a 13-3 game. We've gotten Harry Smith in the broadcast. We've gotten Matthew Broderick, W.B. Mason man, and Freddie Mercury.
Yeah, and a blue moon too, and we're only in the 6th.
We got plenty more.
I'm gonna have to start going through my day. just figure out what we can talk about.
There's a strike.
I heard about your day. You did the with Giordano's, right?
Giordano's deep dish pizza.
One piece of pizza weighs about 6 pounds. Did you finish it?
My producer Bill Boland and Meredith Morakovitz, we all took care of what we had to take care of.
Which was an answer like yes. Nice job. Congratulations.
But Meredith did go salad.
Meredith went salad, and you picked up the bill, I assume, right?
I did.
Nice.
Yeah, I did. It's very rare.
You ever hear of Farrell's Ice Cream? It was like a carnival place where they had a thing. Farrell's Ice Cream was you could order. It was called the Pig's Trough.
Right.
It was like 20 scoops of ice cream. If you ate it all, you got it for free. That kind of reminds me of that Giordano pizza. That stuff is huge.
We didn't even finish it. Now you look at Bill and you look at me, you assume it's going to get done. And we left half of it.
Nice.
A-Rod, 2 walks, 2 hits, 4 runs scored for Alex.
That's right. I mean, right on Rush Street, right? Isn't that like a famous place here in Chicago? That pizza's been there forever.
Right across the street from one of your favorite restaurants, Rosebud's.
Rosebud's good, very good.
13-3, we're in the top of the 6th inning. It's been all Yankees. On deck, Mark Teixeira. You know what's interesting, Paul? All the times that Alex has come to the plate tonight. And this has been something that's been since the start of spring training. He swung at 3 pitches. He has had an unbelievable eye.
And a lot of that has to do with the command of the strike zone. I mean, and that's why he's been so successful. He, as much as they try to, get him on that ball in off the plate or the sliders off the plate away, he's taken a lot of those pitches. And again, that's a pitch that, if you're not seeing the ball real well, that's the pitch that you offer at. You swing at. It's so easy to take it on TV, but out of the pitcher's hand, that pitch is in the strike zone, and then it breaks out.
He's seen 18 pitches tonight that he's taken. And he takes that one. So he walks for the 3rd time, and we run to Bob Lorenz. Bob. So a big win for Toronto, and boy, Donaldson was some pickup for them.
Yeah, the numbers he put up, and then it's just amazing.
Here's Mark Teixeira, a walk, 2 home runs, and a double, 6 ribbies. His career high for runs batted in a game is 7. One.
What are you feeling, Michael? Are you feeling a 3 home run shot tonight?
I'd like to see it.
Yeah, just for fun.
I love history. Because then he'd have a chance at 4. One and 2. Two and 2. And the pitch. Still 2 and 2.
I think he's saying, man, pitching coach, this is the worst job in the world for a pitching coach. When you're just trying to figure out how to get so many outs. You still got a lot of them out there.
You also have to feel for Giovanni Soto. He has such difficulty throwing the ball back to the pitcher, and he's received 171 pitches so far. Hasn't had to throw all of them back. This guy brought a telecast presented by authority of the New York Yankees and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the aforementioned New York Yankees. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Now 3 and 2. The runners will go. Ellsbury from second and A-Rod from first. 16 hits for the Yankees.
Well, a game for Mark Teixeira so far. Grand slam, double, another home run.
And the pitch. Hit sharply and right at Saladino. He hit that one on the screws, but right at the third baseman for the final out. 1 run, 2 hits, and 2 men left on base. We go to the bottom of the 6th, 13-3. Well, thank you very much, Bob. The first pitch of the bottom of the 6th is lined off the glove of Gregorius by Adam LaRoche, and he gets himself a single. So Eovaldi does come out to pitch the bottom of the 6th, and still nobody up in the Yankee bullpen. Now, the Yankees do have an off day on Monday, so he'll have an extra day before his next start. And now, some life out there.
Joe Girardi would have loved to have seen a 10, 12 pitch inning, get him through this, stretch him out a little bit more. These have not been stressful pitches. There's a big difference where a guy throws 100 pitches and there's a lot riding on him. And he's had a lead all day. He's wasted a lot of pitches with long counts, but they have not been stressful pitches, and maybe that's what Joe Girardi's thinking.
Ramirez 1 for 2.
Seeing better swings from some of the White Sox hitter, and a lot has to do with pitch selection. Eovaldi's really going to the fastball now, and we talked earlier how many breaking balls he was throwing and how he was mowing through this lineup. You start getting to the end and you start rushing through in counts, and you just try to get out on the fastball.
High fly ball left center. Ellsbury's there for the first out.
So that was kind of a hanging split finger, only at 87. See, Darryl Boston, I didn't realize he was back. He was with the Yankees for a while. Right when I got there, he's from Cincinnati, Ohio.
First base coach for the Sox. Here's Soto. It just seems a little odd on a team where every pitch is monitored and nobody can go over a certain number, that with a 10-run lead, you can have Eovaldi throw these pitches when, as you said, it shouldn't be high leverage pitches out of the bullpen.
I think it has a lot to do with the way this game has gone. 10-run lead. You know, he's not going about it and, you know, at 100% every pitch, you know, dictating the game's outcome. So, you know, he has thrown 111, you see there, to 113. He's very close to, if he can get out of this inning, then get the next two guys out, say under 120, then you know, as Joe Girardi, you feel pretty good about it, getting that extra day's rest.
Well, this is a season high for pitches. Now, the Yankees really have not announced the pitcher for tomorrow. So it's either going to be Mitchell or Warren, you would think, but Warren's been warming up, and now Larry Rothschild goes out, which means that Eovaldi's not coming out of the game. They really are trying to squeeze this inning out of him. And you really can't be cavalier about Eovaldi because, as we said at the start of the game, Pineda's out for about 6 weeks. CeCe has really struggled. Nova is feeling, you know, a dead arm period with the Tommy John surgery. This guy is really, really important to this team.
Yeah, he's on the verge of becoming 11-2 after tonight's game. I mean, he's all of a sudden he's your ace. There's no doubt about it. We hope that Tanaka can continue to build and build and build and be the guy that he was.
But in baseball, every game is interconnected, and they're trying to figure out what they're going to do tomorrow. And the later they can go into the bullpen, the more they could fashion a whole game out of the pen. But if you've already got Warren warming, he's not going to pitch tomorrow as a starter. It'll probably be Mitchell. Here's Carlos Sanchez. 1-0. And a strike. High fly ball, right center. Ellsbury tracks it down for the second out. Tagging is LaRoche, who'll go to third. And that will do it for Nathan Eovaldi. After 118 pitches, Joe is going to go to the bullpen. So Eovaldi gives them 5 2/3 innings, and if the bullpen gets 10 more outs, he gets his 11th win. Leaves with a 10-run lead and turns it over to the Yankee bullpen. Adam Warren first up. Now, Adam Warren came into the game where the Yankees scored 22 runs against the Rangers, and he pitched the last 3 innings, and 21 runs, I'm sorry, and he got a save. You pitch 3 innings in a game, no matter how big the lead, and you pitch effectively, they will give you a save. That's one of the ways to get it. So if he goes 3 1/3 here, he'll get another save. You see his numbers. This will be his 24th game, 14 starts. And he looks as if he's getting a little bit more comfortable again in the bullpen. When he first transitioned out there from the rotation, he did not seem as effective as he had been. So here's Adam Eaton. Strike called by Larry Vanover. Chases a pitch up in the zone.
Almost went in the booth there, Michael, right off the wall. All depends on the angle back here, Michael. We're straight up and down. We could get ball. We easily get a foul ball here. Get your glove out tomorrow, all right?
All right. Double in the 3rd inning, 9-game hitting streak for Eaton. That one is blocked by Murphy, stopping the runner from scoring from 3rd, but the runner at 1st, Soto, moves to 2nd on the wild pitch. Total team effort tonight for the Yankees, 13 runs, 16 hits, 8 players have at least 1 hit, 7 players have at least 1 RBI, 7 players have scored at least 1 run.
That's a lot of numbers.
Now, without looking at your scoreboard, you have 5 seconds. Who's the only Yankee not to get a hit?
Only Yankee? I flunked already. My 5 seconds is already up.
Didi.
Ah. See, when you ask the question, you know the answer, though. That's not right.
Why would I ask you a question I don't know the answer to? That would be fair.
I do it to you all the time.
The 3-2. Swing and a miss. Warren gets Eaton, and that will do it. No runs, a hit, no errors, and 2 men left on base at the end of 6 innings of play. Yankees lead the Sox 13-3.
Tomorrow's starting pitcher is brought to you by Verizon Fios, the fastest, most reliable internet. The White Sox will send another left-hander to the mound in John Danks. He's 5-8 with a 4.97 ERA, an ERA over 5 in his career against the Yankees. Meanwhile, to be announced for the Yankees, you heard Michael Kay talking about it earlier. The plan was likely Brian Mitchell or Adam Warren. Adam Warren was in this game, so it looks as though it will most likely be Brian Mitchell if the Yankees don't need him this evening. But Joe Girardi did say earlier today that it would be a combination of several guys. Brian Mitchell has not pitched since July 25th. Also, Diego Moreno will be available. Joe Girardi saying he'd like to stay away from him tonight, give him one more day to rest. So it looks as though it may be a group effort tomorrow, Michael.
Daniel Webb, the new pitcher for the White Sox, and pinch hitting for the Yankees is Dustin Ackley. A couple of changes for the White Sox. We saw Leury Garcia take over at short for Alexi Ramirez. So here's Ackley's first Yankee at bat, and there's a strike from Webb. Got Gordon Beckham taking over at third base, and Tyler Saladino moves from third to first, replacing Abreu. So Ackley with a ground ball to second. Sanchez over to Saladino. One away, so Ackley's first at bat as a Yankee out of the way. Do you buy, Paul, the change of scenery story that you could completely have a different player because it's a different uniform?
I've seen it. Look at Brandon McCarthy. I mean, guys can do it, and you come into an atmosphere where a team's winning it. I'm telling you what, every time I come back and do games, the attitude on this team with the Yankees gets better. And you just see that people are starting to believe what's going on. And I wholeheartedly believe that guys come over to the right situation and do better things.
Grounded to first. Saladino takes it himself. And boy, the Yankees have wanted Dustin Ackley for the longest time. They have really tried to acquire him. He is at one time the second overall pick in the draft out of North Carolina. He's never lived up to that promise. He played second base for the Mariners until they signed Robinson Cano, and then he's become a pretty proficient outfielder. And the Yankees have him and designated Garrett Jones for assignment because Ackley's a better defender. Ackley, when he found out he got traded, he said he spent 20 minutes as Murphy rips one down the left field line. Shuck, who came in left field, will get the ball in. He spent 20 minutes shaving his beard. He had teammates help him. He said he was just hoping that he didn't get cut. He had some beard before adhering to the Yankee rule. This is the beard about a month ago. It's a solid beard.
But it got down into here, too. Then.
Oh, yeah. He had a Smith Brothers look to him.
You ever grow a beard?
I did.
Did you?
It wasn't pretty.
No?
No. Looked like Dinty Moore.
What's that?
I look like Dinty Moore.
Who the heck's Dinty Moore?
He used to, the guy he made the stew. The beef stew guy with the thumbprint on the top of the can. Big burly guy with a beard. He's related to Uncle Ed, who you brought up earlier.
Was that tonight I brought that up? Yeah. I think Mr. Ed's relatives made a comeback. Have you seen the DirecTV commercials where the talking
with
horse?
Hannah Davis, yeah. See, you're looking at the horse in that ad.
Well,
Most people looking at Hannah Davis.
I noticed there was a horse in it.
Off the glove of Webb, slows it down for Sanchez, and they get Brendan Ryan for the final out of the seventh. No runs a hit, no errors, one man left. Time for the seventh inning stretch. Yanks up by 10. Strong fan photo of the game. Just tweet us your strongest fan photo to hashtag #YesDaveAStrongFan. You just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile. So let's see. Sure Mom 03.
Is that stage or is she scared? Huh?
Or happy.
Happy.
Dustin Ackley wearing number 29 takes over in left field, and Chris Young moves from left to right. So Ackley getting any jitters he might have out of the way in a blowout game. Adam Warren got the final out of the 6th. Now he will face Saladino. 13-3 Yankees, bottom of the 7th. Blue moon.
It's getting blue. Between innings, I'm going to find out how often it happens. I'm telling you, it's a in the moon phase, you're supposed to get one full moon a month. Well, this happens just twice a month, every so often. I'm going to find out an answer for you.
Once in a blue moon.
Once in a blue moon. But it happens every so. I don't think it's like every 30 years or something, but every 30 months. I just heard. See?
Okay. So that's about 2.5 years. So you think we'll be
next blue moon
broadcasting a game together next blue moon?
Possibly. Probably still sharing our M&Ms up here.
Sharing size, that was key. 1-2. There's a base hit to left field for Saladino, his first of the night. Now I've got 2 more entries, and a lot of my friends are intrigued by this. It's unbelievable the things that grip people for Brendan Ryan and lookalikes. You ready?
Well, we got a few more.
Got 2 more. D-Day from Animal House.
This guy looks like everybody.
And there's one more. One more. I like this one. Daniel Day-Lewis from Gangs of New York.
Yes,
right?
I do see that a little
There
bit.
will be blood.
Guy's all over the place.
Here's Gordon Beckham. And there's a strike.
He's a singer, he's an actor, he's a second baseman.
He sells paper.
He does it all.
Really office supplies, not just paper. The 0-1. Beckham fouls it back.
$17 hits. Wow. 13 runs after they just threw 21 up a few nights ago. The Yankee offense is rolling.
Foul back.
We were actually going to come back here in October, Mike, and run the marathon. Allie was going to run the marathon.
Really?
Yeah, we put a hold on that. We're not going to do it. I was going to put out the invite, see if you want to do it.
Grounded to third. Wait a minute. You thought that I would run the marathon?
Meet us here, run the marathon?
Yeah, there's no chance.
No?
No. Not in this life.
Piece of pizza afterwards.
Don't you have the carbo load before?
And after.
Here's J.B. Shuck, his first at bat.
Earlier tomorrow, right? 6:10 here this time, 7:10 New York.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, an hour earlier.
So we noticed, and the reason I was talking to Chase Headley, Alex Rodriguez during BP, and tough time of day to hit here. Shadows during batting practice were kind of tough. As a player, you know, it was clear blue skies today. You're almost hoping for late clouds tomorrow afternoon to you don't have to put up with those shadows.
That one is laced in the left center field. It's a base hit. It splits the outfielders, and it will go to the wall. 1 run scores. Going to third is Shuck. He's in there with a triple. It's 13-4 Yanks.
Again, ball, you see it kind of tailing away, but it doesn't have downward. It just kind of sails right to the barrel of a left-handed hitter, laced into left center field. Not much you can do defensively to that.
Here's Garcia. Fouls it back. One and one. That one gets past, and right back to Murphy. Throw home, not in time as Shuck scores on the wild pitch.
But it sounded like it hit the microphone back there. We got a good thud when it hit the back wall.
Hit it again.
It's a subwoofer back there.
See Shuck walking a little funny after that. That home plate area is rock hard at times. Sliding in there, boy, that would get your attention.
Five wild pitches tonight.
It's fun to score runs, but I tell you one thing, it's easy to jog because, like I said, that a lot of that dirt around home plate, you know, you have to keep really kind of clay-based and hard, so you don't get big holes in there from the guys hitting and digging their spikes in.
(13-5) Yankees lead. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning. Mets won their first game of a 3-game set against the first place Nationals. A walk-off home run by Wilmer Flores.
Huh.
So a couple of days ago he was crying on the field thinking that he was traded for Carlos Gomez, and a couple of days goes from tears to cheers.
Cespedes there yet?
Not yet. He's supposed to be there tomorrow.
Wow. Yeah, that's a turn of events for him.
Swing and a miss. Why don't we see it? Bob Lorenz is going to show us. Bob, show us, please. Thanks, Bob. I found it curious that people didn't understand why he would cry. He signed with the Mets as a 16-year-old. He's been there his whole life, essentially. And he finds out in the middle of the game that he's traded. Of course you're going to get emotional. Usually people find out they're traded in the privacy of a manager's office or at home where they could be emotional without the world looking at them. It meant something to him.
Yeah.
And from all my friends who cover the Mets and deal with the Mets, they say you can't find a nicer kid.
Is that right?
Just a great, great kid.
traded is a weird thing, man. Especially when you think you're traded, and then you're not. But it's just in reality, it kind of just slaps you. It's like, you know, your whole life is turned upside down. Especially if you have wife and family and homes. And it just, you know, obviously it's still a major league, but it just kind of turns your life upside down. Especially in the middle of the year. I think it would be much tougher. I mean, in the offseason, the ball just ripped into right field.
LaRoche came into this game 3 for his last 29, is now 3 for 4. Well, you mentioned earlier, joking around about announcers being traded. And while you were talking about that, I started the daydream. Can you imagine, like, somebody called me up, like John Filippelli called me, by the way, we traded you, and you're going to San Diego, and I have to call up Jody and go, oh,
hey,
take
we're
the 2 kids.
To San Diego.
Hey, we're going to San Diego, honey.
Well, at least you picked a good city if you're going to San Diego, right?
That's nothing but New York.
I hear you.
I might have to hang. I'd say, Flip, I'm done. That's
I'm going with you, though. We're going out there sharing our amity. Absolutely. I don't think I've ever done a game where you haven't been the head honcho up here, have I?
I think you have.
I have?
I think you did a series with Ken Singleton in Baltimore. Remember, you had a plane delay.
Oh, yeah. Matter of fact, Kenny did a game by himself.
He did a Scully, which is my dream, and he got to do it.
My bad, Kenny. I kind of left you out there. I thought it was a Tuesday, Thursday series, not Monday, Wednesday.
Hawk Harrelson, the longtime announcer for the White Sox, Paul was saying, listen, maybe we could get you for K. And Hawk said, no, I'm staying here. He gone.
He gone.
Count 1 and 2.
I thought Fletch was in Yankee Stadium. He's all over the place. He's spying on before the game.
Oh, yeah. This Hawk. He's a great golfer.
Yeah. Usually our conversations end up in talking about golf before it's over.
Yeah, he was a Yankee announcer. I think for 1 or 2 years when they were on Sports Channel. It was with Bob. He did the games with Bobby Mercer.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Was he I mean, he's a hometowner. When you listen to his play, he's a hometowner. He couldn't have been like that with the Yankees, huh?
It would have been tough.
Yeah.
Although I don't know if the radio and TV critics that we now know in New York, if they actually existed when he was, they probably did. Yeah, Hawk, when he gives scores, there's good guys 2, bad guys 1.
Now, who is like when you were growing up? I always talk about when you went to games and things. I mean, who'd you grow up and listen to?
Phil Rizzuto.
Phil
Rizzuto, Frank Messer, and Bill White.
Bill White.
Yeah.
And Scooter was great. I mean,
Scooter was great.
Yeah. Had the pleasure. He was still coming around the Yankee Stadium when
last couple of years. Yeah.
Tony Kubiak was here.
Tony Kubiak, yeah. 1-2.
Not the Texans coach, but Tony Kubiak.
Gary Kubiak's now the Broncos coach. Or, well, he's the guy who's going to try to tell Peyton Manning what plays to run.
Yeah. That'd be a tough one, wouldn't it?
I think you just say to Peyton, "No, you got the offense."
Audible.
Runner at first, 2 outs. The pitch. Strike 3. And that will do it as Garcia down looking. But the White Sox score 2. We go to the 8th, 13-5 Yanks. PeoplesUnited.com, by People's United Bank N.A., putting the power of know-how to work for you. And by your Tri-Honda dealers. Hurry to your local Tri-Honda dealer for great deals on the 2015 models. The second city, Chicago. And we are on the south side of Chicago here at U.S. Cellular Field. A crowd of 30,359 on this Friday night as the Yankees and the White Sox begin a 3-game set. Now, Paul, eagle eye as you are, Shuck scored on the wild pitch and now he's out of the game. You thought he came up limping just a bit, so he is out. Webb still in there.
I thought I added something to broadcast.
I think you've added a lot. Garcia moves from short to left. Saladino moves from first to short, and now Tyler Flowers comes in and plays first base. Here's Didi, the only member of the Yankee lineup who has not had a hit. The Hyundai scoreboard shows the Yankees up 13-5. Now, usually there's a spring training feel to a game like this where there's wholesale changes. In a game like this where there's a lot of hitting, did you want to be taken out or did you want to continue to play?
No, especially you get in late last night. You've got a couple, kind of an hour earlier, then a day game coming up on Sunday. I always like to come out. And believe it or not, that 7th, 8th, 9th inning, you get out a few innings, it makes a big difference.
Really?
Yeah.
Even if you had 3 hits?
Sure, because, this game is at hand. The worst thing you can do is go up there and have a couple of bad at-bats after you've had a pretty good night. And next thing you do, you take yourself out of that, that rhythm.
Chop to first. Flowers gets a chance. Flips to Webb. 1 away. We're in the 8th inning. It's 13-5. The Yankees 13 runs on 17 hits, and the White Sox 5 runs on 10. The offensive headline, Mark Teixeira with a grand slam and a 2-run home run. So he's had a week here on a Friday. Here's Jacoby Ellsbury. He's 1 for 5. Picked up an RBI single his last time up.
After a tough loss last night and then a long trip, boy, it's nice to come out. 6 runs in the first couple innings and threw a 5 spot up in the 4th. And to really just kind of handle this game.
Now, the White Sox were feeling so good. They won the first 7 games of the road trip. And that kind of got them from possible sellers to potential buyers at the trade deadline. But it's amazing how momentum can shift. They're playing a reeling Red Sox team. And they have their best pitcher on the mound, Chris Sale. And they're thinking, we're going 8-0 on this road trip. And he gets slapped around. And he even said after the game, this was not the performance that this team deserved. And I think it took a little starch out of the first 7 games that had a chance to sweep the road trip with Chris Sale on the mound. They couldn't do it.
Well, he's arguably the best pitcher in the American League. And, to put him in that position. But again, it's a break for the Yankees. You don't face him in this series.
And Ellsbury with a walk. Well, we get the word on J.B. Shuck. Strained left hamstring after scoring on the wild pitch.
Sprinting around, coming off the bench, you hit a triple, and all of a sudden, you score, and he was walking a little bit funny. That you just see something's wrong.
And here's what Paul's talking about. And there it was. You could see it right away. The walk to Ellsbury is the 8th walk tonight issued by White Sox pitching. Young 1 for 4 with a walk. 2 runs scored tonight. Well, Robin Ventura has used his entire bench. There's no one left, so if somebody goes down now, a pitcher's going to be playing the field. On deck for the Yankees is Brian McCann, and he will pinch hit for A-Rod, who's had a perfect night. 2 for 2, 3 walks, 4 runs scored. So this just gets McCann in an AB, and he's the DH. And now you hope it's a case of just giving A-Rod the rest of the night off and that something didn't happen.
No.
But we didn't notice anything. Grounded past a diving Beckham off of his glove. Oh, one off the umpire. So a single for Young as Ellsbury moves to second. That's a double if it doesn't hit Brian Knight.
Come on now, Brian.
You see at bats, I'm sure Chris Young really takes a lot of pride off a righty and off the umpire.
Well, here's McCann to pinch it for A-Rod. Chop foul.
Movie Little Big League.
Yep.
We filmed it in here. I had a little part in it where I had to go up and almost hit a home run. And I was just looking out at the field and thinking, you know, how beautiful it is out here tonight. It was freezing that day. The ball drops in foul. It was like in November or something, and they, you know, they had to stage the fans behind you as it like was tonight. You know, they had tank tops and short shirts and stuff, and it was freezing. And I had to hit a ball that looked like I was hitting a home run, and it was in the off season, so it wasn't as easy as it sounds. We were out there for like 45 minutes for this. Literally, if you watch the movie, it takes 3 or 4 seconds.
Right.
But that was my, like I said, every once in a while you get these blinks of things that happened in the past. Right here, Michael.
Now, what was harder, that movie role or the Seinfeld role?
The Seinfeld thing was just funny because at that time I knew about the show, and it just like was. I remember walking in there. It was a day of a game, and walking in there doing the thing and being in makeup. And Michael Richards, Kramer walks up, starts talking to me, and I thought, my God, this guy's in character all the time. He's just a little off a little bit, but that was fun. 2 takes, we were out of there, and I was back at the team hotel.
Your best line in that. How'd you get in here?
Anyway.
Was it anyway? How'd you get in here anyway?
I think so. It's been a while, man.
Been a while, but you're still getting checks for it.
Yeah, I get like $52. That's all.
Here's Mark Teixeira. 2 home runs, a double, a walk. Last time out, he hit a hot shot to third. That was grabbed by Saladino. Webb deals up and away. One and one.
More of those, huh?
don't know if those provide air. I mean, it's just nice looking. Easy. Cut
yeah,
yourself.
you're going to lose a tooth there in a minute.
Or a tongue. The 2-1. 3-1.
Well, Michael, if he's going to hit it, it's going to be here. 3-1, going to get a fastball.
First and second, 2 outs. 13-5 Yanks. Webb deals. And Teixeira takes a walk.
Ball 4 with a breaking ball.
And that's going to bring up Dustin Ackley with the bases loaded.
Another little visit here.
Don Cooper, very respected pitching coach around baseball. Has worn out a path to the pitcher's mound tonight.
Well, that gets your attention if a pitching coach just walked out there, grabbed the guy by the collar, and just started shaking.
It would get the pitcher's attention.
Like Maddox down in Texas with the hand on the shoulder, kind of.
And a tap.
Yeah.
Well, the Yankees used to have a pitching coach, Art Fowler, and he was Billy's pitching coach, Willie Martin's pitching coach, and his buddy. And he came out to Al Leiter once. He goes, "I don't know what you're doing wrong, but you're really ticking Billy off." Stephen Drew moves out on deck. He will pinch hit for Headley, so potential nice moment here for Ackley. In his first Yankee at bat, he grounded to second, and he takes a strike from Webb.
You see Soto, he's been consistent all night with those throws back down to the knee. Talk about the catcher who all night has been dropping down to his knee to throw that ball back to the pitcher.
That one is grounded to short, and Ackley is 0 for 2 as a Yankee. No runs are hit, no errors, and the bases are left loaded. Let's go to the bottom of the 8th. Shorty Show as the Yankee skipper recaps this long 10-game road trip against the Twins, the Rangers, and finishing up with the White Sox. It's all new Sunday at 6, and it's only on Yes.
It's got to be happy shows now the way the Yankees are playing, huh?
We'll see how they do the last 2 games.
Yeah.
Here's Giovanni Soto. Hyundai scoreboard 13-5. Yanks. Lisa, would you fill in for Meredith on this show? That would be a fun show, you and Joe.
Yeah, you can walk me through that.
Yeah.
No problem. How long is that show? Half an hour?
Half an hour. You could do that.
That's a lot of talking.
You clear your throat, it's a half hour.
It's kind of like the first 2 innings of this game, isn't it?
First inning. 1-1. Well, by using Warren for all this time now, 39 pitches, he's out for tomorrow as one of the solutions for tomorrow, but everybody else will be rested, so we'll see. In all likelihood, Brian Mitchell will probably start, but that's just a guess, not
That's an educated guess. It's coming from you, though, right?
Right. I would say it would have been either Warren or Mitchell. So since Mitchell hasn't gotten up, we'll say that he'll start and everybody will be available other than Warren and Eovaldi. Boston beat Tampa Bay 7-5. We told you Toronto beat Kansas City 7-6, and the Orioles won over Tampa Bay. So if this score holds as Soto goes down looking, and the only team that lost in the East would be the Tampa Bay Rays.
See, every once in a while, Michael, this is what you got to do. You got to make that bat aware that you're not happy with it. You know, you're supposed to swing at that pitch, so what do? You just break the bat.
Now let me ask you a serious question. It's 13-5. It's the bottom of the 8th inning. Now let's say that's a little low. I mean, really? Really? And you're going to blame the umpire on that? And that didn't seem low.
Michael, I'm telling you, the things that go through your mind, the things that you let you know, as a player, you look back on it and you think, how did it affect you that way? But it does.
Broken back, ground ball to Teixeira. He's going to flip to Warren for the second out. Here's Adam Eaton.
Let's see tomorrow, Michael. I'm looking. We got another beautiful day on here. It's supposed to be sunny and 88. So I'll see you on Michigan Avenue, and we'll be at the ballpark at 6, right?
Sounds good to me.
All right.
And a strike to Eaton.
You had horrible storms in New York last night, I heard, right?
I was on a plane on the tarmac.
Yeah.
For 2.5 hours.
That's Woody Fryman's wife, was she on the plane? She did the same thing, and his flight actually got canceled. Wow.
That's off the glove of Teixeira. We'll see how they score that as Eaton reaches. And that's a base hit.
It's funny, he didn't even run. You're so used to seeing Teixeira catch everything. As a hitter, watch, he doesn't even run. The ball's hammered. Wow, he's going to catch it. Oh, I better go.
Teixeira probably can't believe he didn't catch it. Here is Tyler Saladino. Oh, 0-1. Well, when I was taking off and when Woody Fryman was taking off, it was right when the Met game got delayed with 2 outs in the top of the ninth.
Oh, and then they end up losing, right? Why do weird things like that happen to the Mets? Huh?
Seems that way. Line drive, caught by Ryan. And that will do it here in the bottom of the 8th. We go to the 9th inning in Chicago. Yankees 13 and the White Sox 5.
WB Mason post-game show immediately following the game. Bob Lorenz and Jack Curry are standing by in the studio to break down all the highlights of tonight's game. And offensively, there are quite a few for the Yankees. Not to mention, Joe Girardi will speak about exactly what went right for the Yankees. And I'll catch up with some of the guys in the clubhouse, including pitcher Nathan Eovaldi, as well as Mark Teixeira, who had a big game offensively. That's all coming up next. Plus, Bob and Jack will go around the league on the WB Mason post-game show immediately following the game.
Brendan Ryan and the WB Mason fan will want to watch that, and the man of WB Mason. Now, the pitcher for the White Sox is going to be Adam LaRoche. Now, if you're an older fan of the Yankees, Adam's dad, Dave LaRoche, pitched for the Yankees and came up with like a folly floater, which Steve Hamilton used to throw, and it was called La Lob. And I wonder if his son will break out La Lob. Here's La Lob. Now, you kind of faced La Lob in the celebrity softball game in Cincinnati, right? It was Jenny Finch.
Jenny Finch and then Snoop Dogg. Got a hit off Snoop Dogg, too. Kind of stole the show. He's hilarious.
And Stephen Drew with a high pop-up. Sanchez makes the play. Now, LaRoche last pitched in 2003 at Double-A when he went 2/3 of an inning. This is all fun and games for the fans to see a position player pitch, but it's probably it stinks for a hitter.
Yeah, there's nothing to gain as a hitter.
Right.
You get a hit, you're supposed to. If you make an out, you look like a fool. But you know, it's kind of fun for a pitcher too if you get a quick inning and don't hurt yourself. I'll tell you one thing, that's not heat right there. Did we get a gun count on that?
I wonder if Adam was alive when Dave threw the lob.
Now this is even worse. Now you're 0-2. I mean, making an out is one thing, but striking out is another.
Adam was born in 1979, so I believe that he was just a little toddler at the birth of La Lob. I'm sure he's seen it and knows that his dad threw it. That's not La Lob, but that's a ground ball to second. Now, you have been a position player of that pitch, and you actually gave the Reds 2 innings one time.
That's right. The old-fashioned warm-up, wind-up. Look at that. I about lost my ear there. Look at Larkin, future Hall of Famer, laughing at me.
Now really laughing.
Come on now. How come we didn't show the first inning? Had a couple punch-outs. Man, look, my head was down.
And your arm didn't feel right for about a year.
Oh, it was horrible.
There's Brendan Ryan.
It's close.
That's a cousin of La Lob.
Because every pitcher throws 100 now. You only have to throw like 60 instead of 40.
Might be a new way to scout.
There it is.
There's a La Lob. 62 miles an hour.
You got to do that out of respect, right?
You have to. And homage to Dad, the 1-1. Then comes in with gas at 83. I mean, when you can separate your changeup and your fastball by 21 miles an hour.
That's pretty good, right?
That's very good. The 2-1. 84, he's dialing it up.
Now, if you're Ryan, what do you think? Oh, is he going to throw me that bloop pitch or try to sneak this heater in? You're going to watch right towards the end of the windup if he speeds up. He went for the bloop ball. 50.
50. Still not classic La Lob, though.
We go anywhere from 84 to 50.
Quite a range.
Got to go with the heater.
And he strikes him out. What type of game has this been? Adam LaRoche has been the White Sox most effective pitcher. He retires the Yankees in order 1-2-3. We go to the bottom of the ninth.
Well, they both come from one guy. Mark Teixeira, boom, in the second inning, a grand slam, broke this game wide open. A couple innings later in the fourth, a bomb, right-handed, now left-handed, up on the shed. Those are your Land Rover drives of the game.
And by hitting home runs from each side of the plate, it's the 14th time in his career, the most of any major league player in history. He broke a tie that he had been settling in with Nick Swisher, his former teammate, now with the Indians. The new Yankee pitcher is Nick Goody. Third of an inning. A walk and a strikeout.
A lot of zeros in those columns.
Here's Gordon Beckham as Goody in to get the final 3 outs. Foul back. So a good start to a 3-game set of the Yankees to get these final 3 outs, and they took 2 out of 3 from Minnesota. They split 4 with Texas, and this would ensure at least a 500 trip, but obviously they're thinking greater things than that. Goody with a strike.
Goody, Buddy. Remember Mike Buddy?
Yeah.
Pitch was just got the athletic director job down in Furman, where my son went to school. Congratulations to him. He was at Wake Forest for many years after he left the Yankees.
Now, were you on the same team as Buddy?
Yeah.
You were?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was up in, I think he was up in 98 for a little while.
You can always say on your resume you were part of what many consider the greatest baseball team ever.
Best team I ever played for, that's for sure.
125 and 50. Check swing.
You know, there's always pressure to win the World Series when you get there. 96, you know, we got here, we won. 90, you get back in 97, you understand what it's like to lose. So, but the pressure against having that great of a year and then not finishing it with a World Series title, I felt going into that series against San Diego.
I actually think that's what swallowed up Seattle when they won 116 games. Foul back.
And that was 2001.
Yep. And when the Patriots go 18-0 and lose to the Giants, that's probably what you're talking about. Very deflating for them. The 2-2. Fly ball, shallow left, long run for Gregorius. He can't get there. It dunks in for a base hit. It'll be a double for Beckham.
No, it didn't get caught. Gregorius went a long way to try to run this ball down. You watch it where he starts. Mark didn't help, and he went a long way to try to get that ball.
Here's Tyler Flowers. Pop foul.
everybody looked, I mean, when the Yankees left last series to go on the road, you look at this as a long road trip ending August. And so far, you know, on the 8th game of this road trip, you know, you're looking at going, you know, winning your 5th game. So far, so good on a long trip late in the year.
High fly ball right field. Young. And when they get home, Paul, then they have a great majority of the remaining games at Yankee Stadium, where they've been a very, very dominant team this year.
Yeah, that's one of the numbers that kind of jump out at you, that the Yankees, how well they played recently at home. Again, you want teams not to want to come into Yankee Stadium, and I think right when the big new stadium opened, a lot of people were just anxious to come and see it. You know, you don't want people comfortable in your home ballpark. You want them to walk in knowing that they're going to lose.
Here's Avisail Garcia. And Goody deals a strike.
Time of the night where you start hearing some of the voices, huh?
Oh, yeah. Very strange in an American League game, Paul, that the pitcher is actually going to bat next. He's on deck.
Right. Had a pretty good night at the plate tonight, too.
3 for 4, shutout inning.
With a strikeout.
Yeah. The 0-2. 1-2. Well, Teixeira is hearing the heckler, so he's certainly making him laugh.
How in the world could you say anything to Teixeira tonight? The night that he's had, offensively, defensively, the year he's having.
Paul, I'm sure that people around the NBA heckled Michael Jordan. So.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's been such a great July for the Yankees, but now in New York, it just turned to August. We still have an hour left of August here in Chicago. An hour left of July here in Chicago, I'm sorry. The 2-2. The 2-2 pitch. Again fouled away. Garcia 0 for 4, 2 strikeouts, a ground ball to second, a fly ball to right.
She kept a better score pad than I did, Michael. I'll tell you that right now.
Well, because she kept one.
I had some big game notes down here.
You do have some game notes.
Yeah, I had 2 words. I used them both, too.
No,
both
you wrote something down. You wrote down Gillespie. Why?
Yeah, because he was her third baseman early in the year, and he's no longer here.
So 4 straight 2-strike fouls. off the bat of Garcia. Yankee fans all set to celebrate this. Swing and a miss, got him. Garcia down on strikes, so 3 strikeouts for Garcia tonight, 0 for 5, and White Sox are down to their final out, and here is Adam LaRoche. He might be the only White Sox player that had any fun tonight. Three for 4. And the pitch inside from Goody. LaRoche came into the game 3 for his last 29, so he's had a disappointing season offensively, but 3 hits tonight, 2 singles and a double.
Throw him a bloop ball here just for fun.
That would be a turnabout, which is obviously fair play. The 1-0. 2-0. (13-5) Yankees trying to bounce back from a tough loss last night in Texas. 2-1. Ground ball up the middle, a 4-hit night for Adam LaRoche. Beckham scores, and the Yankees now lead 13-6.
I'll tell you, it's quite a night. 4 hits, inning pitch, strikeout. But again, I mean, this is a nice bounce back win for the Yankees. You get out on the road, you lose a tough game, get in late, come out, put the runs up they did early. Larry Rothschild's going to go out there and remind him, you know, we need 1 more out to get out of here. Let's go.
Now let's get you caught up on what happened in the East. Toronto with a walk-off win over KC. They win 7-6. Boston won 7-5 over Tampa Bay. And Baltimore won its game as well against Detroit. So everybody in the East wins except for Tampa Bay. And the Yankees keep their 6-game lead if they get another out. Rothschild goes out and talks with Goody. Here's Leury Garcia, 0-1.
Couple breaking balls there, got him ahead 0-2.
Now Goody let the first runner on in the bottom of the 9th inning yesterday, but that runner was erased when he was hit by a batted ball. So that erased Goody's responsibility. So although a run scored, Goody was not liable for the loss because his run was erased and the loss went to Andrew Miller. There's a ground ball to first. This should do it. The flip to Goody, and they get him. And that'll do it as the Yankees win 13-6. But Robin Ventura is saying, wait a minute, I'm not sure you got him. I might want you to take a look. So before the Yankees celebrate and shake hands, even though it's 13-6, Ventura says, no, I'm not going to challenge. He was, in fact, out. So that is the end of the ball game as the Yankees win 13-6. And you can see he was indeed out, but just barely. And a wild and wacky night ends with the Yankees 13-6 winners. Big night for Mark Teixeira. Nathan Eovaldi picks up his 11th win against 2 losses. Adam Warren cleans it up out of the bullpen. Nick Goody as well. 18 hits for the Yankees. They win 13-6. Right now we go back to the studio. Bob Lorenz and Jack Curry now set the table.